presentation. I'll write the schedule.
Okay.
So you know, which there's only two.
Okay, I can write. Non-departmental.
You're like,
And then executive department, and then there'll be, I'm doing. Strategic. Those are.
Are those separate or kind of together?
I made one PowerPoint. So
ARPA and strategic. We'll call to order the committee of the whole meeting at 5:30 p.m. First off, the good of the order. Does anyone have anything they wanted to bring up? Go ahead.
I just have some items on the consent agenda that I had questions about, so I don't know when.
We could do that on the next item on the review. Yeah. So anything else for good of the order? All right, we'll move on to review of regular meeting agenda. And now I'm completely forgetting, Cynthia, if, did you want me to just see what was, did you want to take over that one yet? I can't remember what we decided on.
yes, in the future, and let's begin today. I will present on review of the regular meeting agenda, and if there are motions to move anything off of consent and put it on the regular agenda, we can go ahead and do that.
So are there any questions then? Do you want to go ahead with your question on the consent?
I don't know how busy the committee of the whole is, because I have two different agenda items that I had questions about. So I don't know if you want to take the time to talk about it now, or
Or if it'd be better to pull them, or do you think they'll be long?
We can always move legislative agenda to the main meeting.
Yeah, do you want, we could give it a go, and if we feel like
Okay.
it's going long, we can stop it and then maybe just probably pull them if it's more than like 5 minutes.
Sure, I just got an email back too that I am digesting. So the two items on the consent agenda, the first one was the 142nd Place sidewalk. And it looks like it went out to bid, so it was fully designed, and it's the first I've ever seen it. And so I just kind of had some questions on the design. And so, for example, it looks like they went with an open ditch design. There's areas where there aren't any street trees. I had a concern about the parking is adjacent to the open ditch. And so is there, when you get out of your car, are you stepping into the ditch? Like how much, area do you have? Like if I'm an elderly person and I pull up, are you balancing on the top of the 6-inch little curb, trying to like scoot around your car or fall into a ditch? And then I didn't see a bike lane. And one of the reasons I was super excited about this project is that my daughter had to bail into the trees at one point when she was riding her bike around that area right there. And so I don't know that I see a bike lane. It looks like there's 11-foot travel lanes, which is just big enough for a vehicle, not big enough to allow a bicycle and a vehicle. So I'm just trying to understand that it's a very popular route. I walk it all the time. I know the kids use that travel path all the time. And anyway, I'm just trying to understand the design choices, and maybe there's explanations for all of them, and I'm just not understanding it. The packet didn't have the design. I had to ask for it. So
Do we want to maybe just pull this one from consent and then you can talk about that, or would that be
Yes,
okay?
let's pull from consent, and then we can ask, we can get questions asked and answered.
Okay.
under discussion items.
And then the second item on the consent agenda is the Puget Sound Energy easement for installation of equipment. And it kind of describes it first as overhead and underground, but if you read the details of it, underground includes, it appears like big boxes that are above ground to access to the underground and different things like that. And it includes an area where there's existing trees that shield the storage facility. And if you look at the storage facility from the side, and I'm sure Ron remembers, it transitions from more of a building designed area to a very warehouse appearance on the side of that building. And there's currently trees blocking the warehouse appearance area. And they're growing. And I actually went to the public hearing when that project was going through. And I remember, being concerned, like the side of that building is very warehousey looking. And they're like, oh no, there's trees, they're going to grow and this and that. Anyway, so this area that's part of the easement includes some of those trees, and the easement agreement says, they can just clear whatever they need to clear, it appears. I'm not a lawyer. And so I had concerns about that. Also, if there are some boxes placed there already that look like they went in maybe in the last few years, and there isn't any vegetation around it at all. And I know sometimes you can wrap those boxes, but those wraps, to try to make them look natural, work better when there's some actual landscaping to soften it, because then they kind of disappear. They aren't a solid color. They have a little bit of camouflage. You have a bush that kind of has soft edges and they disappear, but this is right on Main Street. It makes me a little bit sad that, we might have a little area just full of electrical boxes and things like that. So I'm just trying to understand if there are ways within this agreement that we could assure that the trees aren't being pulled out or, pruned to be ridiculous and not serve the purpose that they have been serving. Maybe ask that they put in some landscaping to shield it from the street.
Yeah, it sounds like we
that.
could have a little discussion on that.
Yeah.
And sorry, the rest of the council, I forgot to ask you on the other one. Are you guys good with pulling the 142nd and also the PSC and just have a discussion about the things Councilor Knapplin's bringing up? Okay,
Yep, that's
so
it.
we'll go ahead and pull those then so we can have a chat about those during the council meeting. All right, so with that, we'll go ahead and was there anything else from anyone? You guys good? Okay. So we'll leave the rest, we'll pull those two items, and then we'll leave the other things on consent for tonight. Okay, so now we're on to our presentations for the preliminary budget for 23-24. We're going to start off with the non-departmental with Director Thomas.
Good evening, Mayor. Council. It's obviously not, and if there's no attendees yet, you could just share. I don't have the. You could do close. Oh, sorry. Okay. There's the trick. Open. And go here's the screen. And then click on this. We're also in training. Here. Again, but that's okay. Oh, easel looking thing, press that. And then throws, it shows up. Let's do it. Okay. And so this evening we're getting a couple of presentations. I have the first one, and this is really just about non-departmental budgets for miscellaneous departments. While you've seen revenue expenditures for these, we want to talk a little bit more in depth about them, and then allow you to absorb it, ask us questions, and obviously come back and ask questions again. So we'll talk about community events and services, economic development, recycling, civil service, emergency preparedness, cultural commission, and IT. So the first one we have is community services. So this is essentially just a snapshot from what you see on the OpenGov budget module. And so you'll see what our expenditures are to date and what we project for the end of about the end of 2022 and then 2023 and 2024. And you can see that it does go up, and that is because of staffing support. So the community service department is responsible for funding, obviously, several of our events, including Light Up Duvall, Summer Stage. We also have the human services grants in there, and our affordable housing grants are also reported in this department. For 2023 and 2024, it includes a limited term community events coordinator, which is reflected in the salaries and benefits table. And we'll talk about that particular position in the next presentation. So it really does provide a lot of support. We haven't had a lot of staffing in this area for several years. And so we felt that it was time to take our community's needs and start to fund them. So that's where we're moving in this next 2-year budget. So in 2021, these are some of our accomplishments. We have provided $30,000 in human services organizations in 2021 and about just under 33,000 in 2022. We also have been lucky enough to do Light Up Duvall and Summer Stage the past 2 years, even during the recovery in the pandemic. So that's really exciting. And we'll actually bring back some Summer Stage, I'll call them statistics, here in December. It's our typical end of the year wrap up for Summer Stage. So we'll provide some additional information. If you were at any of those events, they were very well attended this year. So for 2023 and 2024, we obviously want to continue with $20,000 annually to human service organizations. We also, of course, want to have a successful 23 and 24 Light Up Duvall. And we want to also do Summer Stage as well in this next biennium. This also includes our fundraising though. So we still continue to fundraise for sponsorships. We also get some revenue from waste management as well that helps offset some of these costs. Plus we have grants that we see through the Cultural Commission, which is grants that we get through King County through For Culture, which we're actually in the process of applying for right now. So we're going to move on to economic development. This is one that has been honestly pretty stale since 2008 in the recession. It continues to be fairly low funded, although I think we're starting to get momentum. We're going to be updating our comprehensive plan element, and that will give us some good information through that process to help guide us through the next 10 years. So what we have done over the last several years is we've had a pretty successful partnership with Mountains of Sion Greenway, and then also the Savers to Kwame has been instrumental in helping us fulfill some of our economic development components here. Most of it has been on the tourism end, whether it was signage or promotional materials. We have some really nice, which hopefully everybody has seen them. We have them in City Hall, and I think they've been emailed out over the last couple of years. But we do have something new that's coming out that's under our current initiative with Savers and Kwame, and that's a tourism video. All of that was filmed late summer, and I don't know if you remember seeing some drones around, plus they were at one of our Summer Stage events, and that video is almost done. I think we'll have it here in the next couple of weeks, so we're super excited about that, and that was really worth it. It was something that we could have never done internally and would have cost us a significant amount of money and staff time to do it internally. So we do have a lot of what I feel like are a lot of goals going into 23, 24. We definitely want to continue to enhance our community events. We want to maintain our grant funding from the Port of Seattle. We want to maintain our relationship with Savers and Kwame, but I think we also want to start going out and hitting some low-hanging fruit on our own as well. And you'll see that in a couple of the budgets as well. We want to complete restoration of our Main Street wayfinding signage, so that we budget about $3,000 for that. We'll just kind of slowly do it over the next couple of years. We also want to complete a Main Street fee in lieu art project. We have about $10,000 allocated for that. And we also are beginning the process to update park signage, and that really is part of economic development and tourism as well. And this is where we'll have a communications coordinator to promote and implement economic development initiatives as we start to build upon those. And then we also would like to refurbish wayfinding signage. I think I might have put that in there twice. I apologize if I did. So recycling, this is actually, this is one of the most amazing programs, I think, for the city. I'm always about reduce, reuse, and recycle. And historically, it's been under the clerk's office, and Sherry, who is in the room with us, has been the project manager for the last few years. Oh, 7 years, several years. And we are actually handing it off to Public Works this next year, which is kind of where it naturally fits as well. There's so many accomplishments. We had a hard time putting them on one slide, but you can see some nice photos. And these are actually from, like, on the left. This is a lineup coming to our event, which I think is pretty amazing. It is funded through King County and a solid waste grant. So I think it's been really successful. I don't know if we ever report out kind of some of the statistics, do we? Okay, so we'll make sure that we have those if we haven't done them yet.
And it's a requirement of the grant to report back as well.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. So what are our goals going into 23 and 24? We are going to be soliciting and awarding a new recycling consultant contract. So that is something that happens every year. We will continue to manage the grant funds and work with a consultant to organize and manage the collection event. It actually does take quite a bit of work to run that, to run the recycling grant program and the event. We will continue grant relationships to offer services at no cost to the city. This is pretty amazing. So instead of something going into the landfill, we can recycle them, and that's really important. So obviously it diverts a lot of materials away. We will continue to market other recycling options, which is really important to us. We also have like the waste management one-time bulky pickups, and we're going to explore adding additional promotional materials to residents if funding is available. But I think with some of our new staffing that we're looking for, that will help push those messages out as well through communications and coordination with our community. So civil service, I'm always so excited when I get to present. And it's just not that I should be telling the story, but I go into the presentation, I'm like, oh my gosh, police always like they up the game, and so we're all like, we don't have these kinds of pictures, but we're really excited to share the police chief. So civil service, there are commission member that's kind of like a planning commission or a board, and so you can see we have currently 3, and Courtney is our secretary chief examiner. They have historically, they usually have a little bit smaller budget, but due to a lot of staffing changes, the budget has had to increase just because that's with the way the market is right now. So an overview from 21 to 22, the police department obviously experienced above normal turnover. And when we have that, we have more civil service commission meetings, and that costs more money to run those meetings. Their goals for 23 and 24 continue to provide oversight for the police department regarding hiring practices, schedule and manage oral boards, and maintain an officer eligibility list, provide assistance with updating police recruitment, that's including flyers and advertisements, maintain and monitor contract for police recruitment through public safety testing, and then enhance recruiting practices through in-person presence at testing locations, and provide support and oversight for continued police succession. This is really important. I do want to say that, you know, it's one of the most important pieces that the police department has besides being boots on the ground. So we're going to talk a little bit about emergency preparedness. This is another fund that has not been fully funded for several years. We did have a staff member that a portion of their job was to do emergency management work, but we lost that person left last year, and it's been vacant. And so the public works director has been filling in for that position for well over a year now. So you'll see that there is some increased salary that you're going to see there for a position. And we'll talk about that during our next presentation as well.
Mayor, you had a question? I just wanted to kind of add a note to the emergency preparedness budget is for folks that haven't seen, we may be in for actually a major winter storm this coming week with 2 to 4 feet of snow in the passes and up to 6 inches in downtown Seattle. And it will be one of the earliest snow, if it happens, one of the earliest major snowstorms this region's ever had. And that's, keep in mind, just 3 weeks after major wildfires started calming down. So this is becoming a much more critical area of needing investment and training and practice and exercise and advanced planning to make sure that we can handle these things going forward.
Fire, flood, snow, earthquakes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pandemic.
Pandemic. And so the department is made up of a very few pieces of existing staff to support it. And that's the way it's been for quite a while. Even when we did have it technically staffed, it was a very small part of their position. Typically costs incurred for supplies are in response to a declared event. And so that's pretty much how we spend our money. So you can see COVID, flood, or snow again. And thanks, Steve. $25,000 is budgeted, which is rollover, and that is to update our emergency management plan. We have some other small charges for support need, and then we also have interfund transfers. The Cultural Commission. This one has been really tough too. Again, we lost a staff member last year that helped provide a really small amount of support, but it was a mighty amount of support, I must say. It was, I think, just about 5 hours a week, I believe. But after that staff member went away, it has not really been staffed. We had a couple of meetings this year. We're down to 2 members out of 9. So we'd really like to put energy back into this program. One thing that we've heard, from the community, from our arts partners, and even at our retreat earlier this year, is that arts and culture are really important to the community. So we did still have some accomplishments. We've always supported poetry reading nights, and we restored and replaced several of the Main Street planks. You can see that we still have more, and that's a really huge lift. That was a really large project that we accomplished. It would be this group that would help lift and for any sort of public art project we have within the city. So that $10,000 that we have budgeted for art on Main Street, the Cultural Commission would go through that process, and we would issue essentially a notice. They would review all of the pieces that come in, and then they would recommend awarding a contract to council, and that would come before council. So in 2023, our community events coordinator would provide and revitalize that position and that program in general. And this position will be discussed a little bit more in our next presentation as well. So we do have a lot of goals for 23 and 24, and we all kind of internally talked about these during the development of the budget. I don't want to technically read all of them, but I think one of the most important things is that we go into recovery stabilization of Cultural Commission, and that is going to also come with having to recruit new commissioners and getting consistent staffing of it as well. IT. As you know, IT, it does cost. It's just like a regular department these days, even though our contract is with Snoqualmie and it ends at the end of this year. We're working towards, a new plan. And at the second meeting, actually the next meeting, which is I believe the 15th, will actually come with a plan and a recommendation. And we'll be issuing an RFP for services. And so there's a lot for us to accomplish between now and the end of the year on this particular program. So changes to IT, we talked about, IT ending in December. The budget does include $125,000 for managed IT services. And that was because we weren't quite sure what the recommendation was going to be, whether we were going to go fully outside or if we were going to have some service outside and have a person internal as well. So we have put money towards that. Existing software costs have increased and the city has added about $10,000 annually for a public records request software, which the clerk talked about at the last meeting, along with the email and apartment software. The city's phone system, which is managed by IT, was pulled out of the department cost and added to the IT budget. So that is about a $16,000 change. 12 laptop replacements are budgeted each year for staff. So we're on a regular rotation, which is actually really good and healthy. It's one of the great things that Squamish has brought to us is we have better stabilization of our either laptops or desktops. In 2023, we have 6 council members and 3 planning commissioners that are due for replacement. Then we also have 2 police vehicle replacements that are budgeted in 23 and then 1 in 2024. Are there any questions? I know it was a lot and you didn't get this presentation beforehand, so we'll email it out. But if you have anything kind of upfront, we can start to have that discussion.
That was my question, by the way, was we were gonna get it to look through. Councilmember Schaefer, go ahead.
I think this is a quick question. Maybe I just misunderstood, but was there a reduction in human services from the previous year, human services?
I'll answer that. So in the previous budget, what we did is we put 20,000 for each year as a placeholder, expecting that council's going to increase, but not wanting to assume the level that council wants and that we come to agree on. So it's just the 20,000 per year is placeholder, but I suspect we're going to go much higher than that. But didn't want to presume and make sure that we have that conversation as a group.
No, thank you.
And I would just add really quick, and then I put in our discussion request spreadsheet. I had put that as well as talk about the human services level. So I figured, I don't know, probably not tonight, but that would be a discussion I'd like to have with council and say, do we want to go more? How much more? Anything else we want to add? So, Councilmember Natlin.
Yeah, on the recycling, it's so funny that this came up, but I was just talking to someone who lives here and she was concerned. I don't know if she reached out to the city or not, but she was worried that the ratepayers were paying for that recycling event. And I thought, that doesn't sound right. And I hadn't followed up. And so it's a fully reimbursed cost. Okay, that is good to know.
So, and to be clear, the ratepayers are paying for it in the terms of our haulers take the waste to Cedar Hills landfill. Cedar Hills landfill accepts tipping fees. And the funding for that program from the King County side comes from those tipping fees. So we are paying
ever free.
Yeah. So but it is a pass through and it's one of the ways that the county works to increase recycling rates and give back to the communities.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. But anyway, I couldn't remember if it was actually explicitly built into our contract with Waste Management or here it is. It's a grant that pays for it, which, you know, we really are all paying for it.
I just wanted to clarify that there's 2 separate programs.
Okay.
There's the waste management collection program that we just started under the new contract with Waste Management, the cleanup day. And then there's the special collection recycling event that is paid for through King County grant funds. So
the one we just had was something built into our rates with Waste Management. Okay.
Waste management event.
This person will be disgruntled to hear that, but you know, it's the truth. Okay. So, and then the other one related to that is just a kind of a fun one and might as well bring it up now is they were talking about, you know, oh, could we do additional things with the grant money? And you know, those little food waste kitchen bins where you can take your scraps. That'd be super cool. I think they gave one of those out many years ago. Anyway, just to throw that out. Yeah.
There is a new grant program coming from the county for the Replus City grants. And that might be an option potentially in use of those funds. So it'll be all about reducing, reusing, increasing composting and keeping stuff out of the landfill.
Compost bins before the rain barrels, I think, which we mentioned, lots of things that are most of them come from recycled materials.
Yeah, and those guidelines will be out in the beginning of January, but it's not programming because the county hasn't announced those grants officially, nor how much will be officially available for each jurisdiction.
Great.
All right, other questions? Okay, now we'll move on to executive department with our city administrator, Cynthia McNabb.
So good evening, council, staff, mayor. I am going to present on the executive department and also following the executive department presentation, I have some descriptions of the ARPA fund expenditures as well as the strategic fund expenditures. So first, just an overview of the department and what is contained in the executive department. So it's a fairly small but mighty budget. The salary and benefits of the mayor, the new for this biennium, a new communications coordinator, and a portion of the city administrator is reported in the executive department. The executive department fund also supports the mayor in carrying out policies of city council, ensuring local laws are enforced, and overseeing the day-to-day operation of the city of Duvall. It also includes costs and expenditures for representation of Duvall's interests with various organizations. So you see membership fees also contained in the executive department budget. For this budget, there's a carryover cost, which is the staff workload analysis. So there is $10,000 in carryover, an additional $15,000 of additional funding that's coming from the strategic fund in the proposed budget to total $25,000 for a staff workload analysis, and that will cover looking at workload for the city employees and then making recommendations about both how workload is distributed and the appropriate staffing for that workload. There are one-time costs that are associated with the lobbyist services and a finance director search. Both of those are coming from the strategic fund. So the lobbying services are apportioned $50,000 for each year. And there are a number of things that are proposed for work and goals in the biennium that are associated with potential lobbying services. The finance director, as we are all sad to know, we will be replacing the current finance director with a new finance director in midsummer, and we have $30,000 of professional services to do a search for Dana's replacement, which again, we are all sad to see that happen. And then in this biennium, there are general increases for supplies, training, and membership over the last biennium to reflect in-person services, in-person training, and an increased cost of some of the memberships that we pay for out of the executive department budget. In the executive department, there is one proposed new LTE. It's the communications coordinator. This position is proposed to be funded by ARPA funds. The cost associated for the 2-year biennium for this position is $267,059. In this slide here, I've given a description of what we anticipate the communications coordinator's body of work to be. They will be the public information officer for the city, specializing in media, communications, and marketing. They will be tasked to implement a comprehensive and effective media, promotional, and public information program. They will also be the chief spokesperson for emergency and disaster-related events. The PIO ensures consistency of messaging and offering a single point of contact for citizens and the community in the event of an emergency or a disaster. So a lot of things will roll up into the bucket of the communications coordinator, and there will be probably, just looking at this description, 4 to 5 kind of lanes of business that the communications coordinator will be tasked with performing over the 2-year biennium. At the end of the biennium, we'll be looking at the work that's been both assigned and performed to determine whether or not we would transition the ask for a communications coordinator into a permanent position, but it's proposed to be a term limited employee in this proposed budget. So that is the end of the executive department presentation. If there are any questions on these items, before we move on to the next presentation.
Any questions from council? Go ahead.
Yeah, maybe a slide will be coming, but for me, I'm still kind of trying to understand how much the annual cost is for these positions, because it appears like, for example, I think it was the emergency management one. It was clear the first year cost was a partial year, like maybe it was starting midway. So to try to understand how much position costs, I can't just divide by 2 because it might only be 1.7 of a year. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to understand. That's why I had asked before to break it down by year, so I could understand the cost of the position once it's, and so I still haven't seen that. And so it's tricky for me to understand what an ongoing cost of these positions would be.
So I understand that there is an ask in the discussion spreadsheet, and as Mayor Pro Tem indicated earlier today, we will be meeting this week to talk about a schedule for getting some of those questions both discussed and answered for the full council to have the advantage of having all the information. You know, certainly when you're thinking about costing out positions, there are a lot of factors. One is the length of time it takes to recruit. So between the time the budget is potentially approved and when we can get the position description written and the recruitment started, you're going to eat up a certain portion of the first year.
For sure.
So, you know, we can estimate and we can absolutely break down the costs, you know, for salaries, benefits, you know, apportion out some time for recruiting. It is an inexact science.
I guess I don't need exact. I just would need to understand, you know, what you were estimating it at. If you're estimating it at 6 months the first year and the full year the second, just so I can understand what the cost represents. And it's something I had asked for, actually not within the spreadsheet as much. It was when we'd have the conversation as a full council that I wanted to understand all of the one-time costs and how much they were broken out by year. And so that was the component of that. I was for each of those one-time costs, which these are, you know, coming out of, I believe, ARPA, what was the cost by year for each of the components? And I provided a sample of kind of what I was looking for. So I don't know, hopefully we can get that. It would be really helpful because I agree, you have to make some assumptions, but we don't know what the assumptions are. So it's hard to, you know.
Well, and certainly that's, you know, that's part of what this process tonight is for, is discussion. So, you know, we're doing the departmental presentations, kind of collecting all of the information that's still outstanding and, you know, creating a process so that we can get those questions answered. So any questions that come up in these presentations as part of the discussion tonight, we can come back with a fuller presentation of, you know, the questions and answers that are outstanding for the positions particularly.
And the only other, and again, I didn't put this in the workbook because it's sort of came up as a result of the presentation. I guess the one thing that I had jotted a note down when I was looking through this role, and you know, I know the mayor has advocated for the lobbyists. I think we've missed out on a lot of opportunities that we could have taken care of. So there's some return on investment there. There's obviously the salary component that's baked into the budget. Unlike a lot of the other staff positions that we're bringing on that are to, you know, perform specific functions within the city of Duvall, a lobbyist could have remote work, they could have conferences, they could have supplemental travel, they could, because the scope of engagements varies. I'm just curious, it would be great, you know, based on some of, and again, not expecting this specifically tonight, but like based on some of the departmental goals and things I know that are being targeted, to have some sense of those ancillary costs around that role would be helpful, even if it's just a, you know, a rough swag in terms of based on the city's priorities.
I can answer that pretty quickly. So with a lobbyist wouldn't be in-house. So a lobbyist is contract. So what you're paying is you're paying a retainer and nothing else.
Okay.
So all of the travel, all of their taxes, everything else are covered by their own company, whatever that may be. And then just, you know, another note is, depending on where we're at with some of our capital requests, we may not bring somebody in for 6 months. So there'd be cost savings, but we want to make sure we budget for that entire amount of time.
Okay.
So
no, that's super helpful because I wasn't clear on there. I knew that it was a a consultant coming in, but I wasn't sure if there's sort of some cost baked into those anticipated costs, which it sounds like it is. That's part of what they would deliver for that fee.
And particularly when you're dealing with a municipal lobbyist, they often have multiple clients. So they are going to conferences, they are going to, on tours and trips. And that all comes, that's all of their cost of doing business, and you're just paying the retainer for your specific services.
And it's coded in the professional services line instead of salary and benefits. Yeah.
Other questions on this part? I just wanted to reemphasize too, nobody expects us to have all our questions prepared now because we're just seeing this stuff now presented. So just as you think of something, you can always plug it into that spreadsheet. It's just more of a tool, not a requirement, just so that we can try and make sure everything gets answered with time. All right, so on to ARPA then, I think, right?
Yes.
Onward.
So if you go into the OpenGov platform, you'll see that there has been a story created just on the ARPA fund, and additionally a story on the strategic fund, so you can get an idea of the very specific line items that are coming out of each of these funds. So on the ARPA fund, we've broken it out. So the first slide. Sorry. So the first slide are the capital projects and studies that we anticipate using the ARPA money for in this biennium. So there are 3 buckets. The first is professional services, so $300,000 in studies for a Maine and Virginia project in the City Hall scope and pre-design. So those will be coded into the professional services budget within capital projects. The second is $340,000 into the street CIP fund transfer for 3rd Avenue Northeast roadway and sidewalk improvements. And then the third bucket is over a 2-year biennium, $213,000, $163 in 2023, and another $50 in 2024 for renovations and flooring replacement and City Hall improvements. Many of these are carryover on this list between City Hall windows, HVAC, and City Hall flooring. Only City Hall flooring is new. The rest are carryover. So the visitor center renovations, the rec renovation, and the police flooring replacement are all carryovers. And then in the ARPA fund, this is where you will find the designation of the new positions that are proposed to be funded with ARPA funds. So when you're trying to track to specific budgets to find the line item right now, you'll find the emergency management coordinator and community events coordinator are coded in public works. We don't know that that's where the ultimate placement of those positions would be if they're approved in the budget. So for the planning manager, it's a 3-year term limited position for $339,873. You'll have a presentation, I believe, on the 15th, Director Thomas, on the planning position.
I'm sorry,
I believe that's the case.
what was the question?
The planning manager, I think we're coming back on that agenda to have more discussion on November 15th.
Yes, I mean, I think ultimately we budgeted it for the beginning, like January 1st. I don't know if we'll hit that date or not, because it might take us a little bit to do it.
Sorry, it's having technical difficulties. I was texting with Dana and she wasn't seeing the screen advance. So. Okay, now let's try this again. You're right.
Great, yes. So the communication coordinator just spoke about that position. And then you'll see proposals for the emergency management coordinator and the community events coordinator. So next slide. So I've broken these down to share what we anticipate the body of work will be for each of those positions. So the community events coordinator is a professional position designated to serve as staff for the Duvall Cultural Commission along with overseeing the public art program, which includes a $10,000 program for city art installation. The position is anticipated to organize community events, serve as a community outreach liaison to nonprofits, business and community groups, also assigned to develop and lead community programs for community events. And then on the right side, the emergency management coordinator position is anticipated to serve as the statutorily required emergency coordinator, will lead the effort to update the city's comprehensive emergency management plan, will also manage the city's L&I program, execute plans and training for emergencies, and serve as the liaison for FEMA, Homeland Security, Washington State, and King County Fire. And these are just snapshots of what we anticipate the positions to be tasked with over the biennium. Certainly the emergency management coordinator will have probably 2 more slides of work that will at least that would be assigned as part of their work in developing not only just training, but executable plans for staff on a variety of emergencies that are faced, frankly, now for almost every season. So that I'll stop there. Questions about the ARPA fund?
Councilmember Schaefer?
The planning commissioner, excuse me, is that the right title? Can you go back?
Manager.
Planning manager, thank you. I thought we had approved that outside of the ARPA budget. Am I misremembering?
You haven't actually approved it. We approved an additional senior planner, so from 1 to 1.5, but we haven't approved the planning manager yet.
Oh, I see. Okay, so this is a position. Is this one of the first times we're discussing that? Yeah.
No, we started talking about it in April.
Okay. So full-time limited term.
So full-time limited term for 3 years, and it's to complete the community development long-range planning for all of the mandates and.
Yeah, and this is what you propose to address the backlog of long-range planning. Is that
Correct.
correct? Yes. Okay.
Other questions? All right. Sounds like we're good
Okay.
for now.
And then the strategic fund, again, there's a story in OpenGov that will, that describes the fund and also describes the expenditures out of this fund for the 23-24 biennium. So the carryover expenditures and additional one-time costs that are proposed to be funded through this plan is, or through this fund is the workload analysis. So $10,000 is the carryover, but the $15,000 new is funding coming out of the strategic fund. The community engagement activities, $10,000 for work associated with Cultural Commission and the Arts Council or Arts Commission. And then there's $20,000 carryover and an additional $40,000 new for a long-range municipal plan.
And on the OpenGov site, it indicates that that $10,000 community engagement is also carryover. Is that correct? I'm looking at the website.
I believe it is correct. Yeah, it's carryover.
Yeah, okay. One thing I wanted to ask is typically when there's a carryover expenditure, you would carry it over using the money that had been intended to be used previously. And so previously, all of these activities were built into using, whatever revenue we had last year. And so this is a change then to take all that carryover and use strategic fund for it. And so I'm a little bit curious why that would be. Why wouldn't we just use prior fund balance because it was unspent?
Mhm.
We had budgeted it to be spent last year. We didn't spend it. So therefore we should have a higher fund balance available because
Right.
we didn't use it. So all of the carryover items I would expect would be using fund balance because we just didn't spend it last year and now we're going to spend it.
Mhm.
So that would be my preference. And maybe that can be a discussion point that we we had never intended on using strategic fund for those. We were just, using resources from this current biennium. So I'm not quite sure why that was chosen, that carryover items would all eat up strategic fund.
Yeah, and I can absolutely take that question back unless,
Okay.
Dana, if you can hear and you have an answer to that question now. If not, we can take the question back and provide an answer.
Yeah, because we have a lot of unspent fund balance from last year, just because we didn't get around to completing these things.
Yeah.
So,
Dana has her hand raised.
oh, good.
Okay.
Yes, so the reason why I did it was because we just started the strategic fund balance last year. And we didn't budget any one-time expenditures for that use, and we are using quite a bit of unspent fund balance this biennium. So it makes sense, it made sense to me to use one-time strategic funds for these one-time expenditures that had not been spent yet or hadn't been started. The strategic fund is new. Council hasn't approved any expenditures from it yet. And last year we did budget to spend a big chunk of our fund balance for 2022.
So maybe-
Right, and we didn't. And so I guess I was just thinking that we had budgeted to spend fund balance, and now we're switching, to use strategic fund instead, which wasn't what had been intended when
So-
these items were approved.
Sounds like we could have that as a discussion item in the
Yeah.
future.
Well, and certainly we would want to get, a philosophy in place on how we make those choices, whether we keep the money in strategic fund balance and just hold it there when things are not spent and then carry over from the general fund. It would be helpful to have direction, because then we can make a choice on how to code those things in future budget presentations.
And feeding into that too, knowing the pros, cons of doing it different ways for not just council, but for the community as well, would just make it really clear.
Yep. Yes, we can come back with that.
All right.
And then I've broken out here, and you've heard about most of these. But want to show here the one-time expenditures that are proposed to come out of the strategic fund, differentiating them from the carryovers. So you have the lobbyists, which we've discussed, that the money will be associated with the executive department budget, the city's comprehensive plan update. So there's $100,000 coming out of the strategic fund, plus another $125,000 from a commerce grant for that work. The Parks, Trails, and Open Space Plan update, $150,000. We've spoken about the finance director search, $25,000 for the city emergency plan. We've discussed that when we think about bucketing that into the projected work of the emergency management coordinator, and then the transportation update. That should be a portion of the city's comprehensive plan, and that's $150,000. And that is the presentation on the strategic fund.
All right. Any other questions? Councilmember Schaefer?
The lobbyist, why is that a one-time charge?
We anticipate it's broken out $50,000 for each year. There are very specific projects that we believe in this biennium, we could use the help of a lobbyist to help message and investigate the best way forward on whether that's hypothetically a parks and police levy, or building support for city hall replacement. So there are very specific projects that are anticipated in this biennium that we would use the lobbying services for. Now, in the next biennium, there's probably other projects that we will anticipate and goals we want to meet. But for this biennium, that's the placeholder amount that we believe that we could use lobbying services for these specific issues.
Okay, yeah, I'm certainly not against using the lobbyists, but to me, it seems like it'd be more more sense to get that ongoing expenditure. I don't see, there's always gonna be, as you say, there's always gonna be
Yeah.
strategic projects that we need help with. So I'd be a little, because of that, I'd be a little hesitant to use the strategic fund for that.
Mayor, did you want to build on that?
Yeah, I would just say too, that lobbyist contracts are usually a year to 5 years. So you usually go out for RFP every couple of years for those things. So you don't want to lock into a contract when you don't know you have the projects and the bandwidth to do the projects. So for example, if we start going out for City Hall, that's probably going to be a 3 to 5 year project to attain funding. And so we would plan that out as we move on. And honestly, part of the strategic funds, we're building big projects and those types of things that move the city forward. And so I see that as definitely being in line with the intent of strategic funds. Because if you're using $100,000 and you bring in 2 million, you've done a significant benefit to your community, and being strategic in using those dollars for those types of things. Strategic funds where we took it out this year could have come from ARPA, could have come from other places, but we are using a good portion of the fund balance for other things this time around. So it can be moved around, but then I think part of the question that council need to answer is it's all general fund. So does it make sense to move it from fund to fund and spend all that time doing it, or leave it as is with a future decision on where those things get funded from long term?
Councilmember Nathan?
Yeah, I was just curious if I could get more information of what projects specifically we envision lobbying for. I did hear something about police and parks levy. I didn't know there was a change at the state level that we would be lobbying for. Because I think there's existing allowance to do that. And so you wouldn't really use a lobbyist to lobby your own constituents to pass a levy.
No,
I don't know.
no, you wouldn't. You could,
Okay.
one of the things that lobbyists can do is actually do that research for you. Many of them are lawyers, and a lot of them actually provide those services to the communities they serve. And as far as research and development of a lot of that work and finding out, your best pathway forward. So that's just an example. It doesn't mean that's necessarily what that funding would be used for. It's just one of the options.
Yeah, I guess just before I would approve $100,000, I would want to understand what we were lobbying for.
So in that sense, when you go out for RFP for lobbying, your specific projects would often be in that RFP to make sure that you're attracting the lobbyists with the expertise in those areas that you're looking for. So that scope goes out in your RFP typically, unless you're hiring general lobbying services, and then in which case it's typically a retainer for anything that the city wants to do. But you get more cost effective and are more effective with a lobbyist if you have the scope narrow and focus on a few things. So any of that, the budget amount is for a budget amount as a placeholder. It could be half that much. It could be that exact amount. And then you just, when you do the RFP, that's when you've made the decision as to what you're asking the lobbyist services for.
So do you have some examples of things you would want to be lobbying for that you had envisioned for that position?
Absolutely. City Hall.
So I think City Hall is the one that.
City Hall is
staff
primary. That also, so if we don't get anywhere with the Highway 203 study, that's another thing that we would definitely benefit from lobbyists. Once we get that study done, if we need money from the state or what have you to do a project on Maine and Virginia, that would be a prime opportunity to get transportation funding. There are opportunities to get direct capital funding for other projects that we may have, including our parks. What we found with the Main Street project is that a lot of the groundwork that was laid by staff during those grant processes actually facilitated us getting grant money in the future. So for example, there was one area where we applied, we asked for money. I can't remember what the project was. Director Laniszewski may remember. We had a project that we lobbied. It might've been Main Street that we lobbied really hard or advocated at the state level to get funding through the budget. Didn't get it through the budget, but there was enough awareness of that project that our grant application was approved and we got money directly from the state. So there are lots of ancillary benefits as well. And when you do hire a lobbyist, it means that your city is in the room essentially with every meeting they have, regardless of the clients that they're they're representing. And they have, that constant relationship with the legislators and their staff, and also have the best pulse on what's actually possible for us to achieve at any given time. I was able to do some of that work the last few years, and we've gotten really lucky in what we've gotten without having a lobbyist. Normally to get the kind of funding we've received, you have lobbyists on staff. And I will not be able to do that same level of work moving forward. So that's kind of that trade-off.
So is that something that we would, it's not like, oh, we've approved the lobbyist and then it becomes an administrative task to manage what the lobbyist is lobbying for. It would be something where they would come and we would have conversations about what we were lobbying and it'd be an involved, so the community would understand what
Absolutely.
we were lobbying for and what we were spending money for.
And it's pretty standard as well that lobbyists come during session for any jurisdiction that they're representing and give reports at every council meeting.
Okay.
So that also can potentially decrease the burden of bill tracking on staff as well, because you have somebody that's in the room with the Association of Washington Cities, Washington State Association of Counties. And while I'm in the room for Association of Washington Cities, I'm not in the lobbyist meetings as a board member. And so there's more conversation that happens there that is relevant to what they bring forth to the city.
Okay. I appreciate that explanation. Thank you. Sorry, I like lots of details and I was just kind of curious what you have in mind.
And honestly, lobbying and government relations advocacy is something that's kind of murky to a lot of folks. There's a lot of, you see it on commercials all the time, lobbyists are bad, but really in Washington State, most lobbyists are lobbying for community groups like cities, counties, nonprofit organizations, and are held to super high ethical standards. So, but it's nuanced. If you're not in it, it's really difficult to understand what they actually do.
I just want to make sure our community, I don't know if anyone's watching, would understand, why are we hiring a lobbyist and what we're looking for, so.
And you would certainly go through an RFP process for them. Certainly when we were engaging the services of a lobbyist for the library system, and they would lobby on a whole host of things, whether it was intellectual freedom issues, ebooks, access to publishing rights. The RFP certainly details the kinds of services you want from a lobbyist, and then that adds the transparency to the community. So it's not just a lobbyist, it's we anticipate the lobbyists working with us on these issues.
Okay.
And a final note, they're also required to report to the State Public Disclosure Commission every month during session. So any expenses they spend on behalf of a jurisdiction out of their own pocket. So if they take a legislator to lunch or coffee, they're using their own funds, but our city, they may be taking the people out to discuss our issues. So there's actually a significant amount of transparency as well in those meetings that occur.
One sort of related, I guess, question around the lobbyist. Obviously, a large portion of the advocacy, I think you mentioned the identification of grant opportunities. When we were walking through some of the new positions, whether it was the planning manager, the cultural events coordinator, I know one of the challenges staff has had, when we're not right-sized, is the bandwidth to actually work on grant applications. So part of it is identifying, the other part is writing them. When we were going through sort of what folks are doing, I was just, and again, this is more of a broad conversation, if some of those new positions will actually also be doing grant work, or if that will allow work transfer, for lack of a better word, so that the departments can focus on some of the grants. Because that's, I think, been one of the challenges. We're talking about getting caught up on the backlog, but we also want to have the capacity to move forward with some of the other projects. If a lobbyist identifies a grant, somebody has to write up the grant type of thing. Is that incorporated into some of the discussions that have been held in terms of for planning these new positions?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for instance, for culture grants would be the purview of your community events coordinator.
I just wanted to explicitly ask that question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Likewise, there are grants associated with emergency management that it would be the expectation of the emergency management coordinator to at least get a start on preparing the grant application. Reviewing them with, for pre-submission would come to me. But the subject matter experts, whether it's community events or a communications coordinator working on economic development, the expectation would be that they would take it off the work of the city clerk and incorporate it into their daily work.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right, well, if you think of any more, you can always stick them on that spreadsheet. And then, yeah, just a reminder, if there's discussion points that you really want to make sure we have, it's not a hard end date, but if you can get it in before Thursday, or you can even just email me if you want, and then I'll try and we'll work it out and schedule them so we get a plan. All right, so with that, we'll move on to our City of Duvall legislative agenda with the mayor.
Okay. Sarah, can you bring up last year's? I emailed it. You should have gotten it.
Oh,
If not.
it's me. I'm like, whoa.
I can't share to the screen, otherwise I would. So to start off with, we're behind in this process, but that's just kind of the way this year's going. Although I don't think we have a ton moving into 2023 that's different than what we've looked at in 2021 and 2022. But do expect when we get our government facilities analysis done that there may be things added to the list. Maybe not for 23, but definitely for 2024. So you'll see up on the screen what we approved last year. The funding complete a Highway 203 corridor study has been on our agenda for several years. This is one we haven't been able to make across the finish line, even though it's one of the smaller dollar amount projects that we've asked for assistance on. Part of that's due to the lack of or the types of transportation packages that have been approved by the legislature. There continues to be more interest in this area, but it hasn't risen to the level of being able to actually get that secured in the budget. And the reason for our newer folks, especially, one of the reasons why this is so important is that we had, I believe it's, 70, in 2009, we had 73% of travelers coming through 203 terminating their trip in Duvall. In 2009, that was only 32%, or I'm sorry, 2019, that was only 32%. We're close to 2/3 or 3/4 of our traffic coming through Duvall, coming from other areas and not even stopping. So it's commuters. It's those that should be using 522 or Highway 9 or coming from Northeast Snohomish County and going to often Redmond. So one of the things that this study would do is really identify what's going on in the entire corridor to identify what improvements we could or may need on 203, but that also could lead to further improvements on other roadways to divert that traffic from Duvall. It really is a public safety issue in our community, and it has been for quite a while. The first year I was mayor, we actually had an incident where an individual we believe shot at a police officer and ran away, ended up hiding in the river literally, and our police officers couldn't get to town because of the traffic. When you add in floods and other disasters, it becomes even more critical that we have additional capacity on our roadways. So I would definitely like to move this one forward. The next one is finished 522 and North 405 improvements. There was some progress in the last legislative session, but there's still a lot of work to do. This ties directly into the Highway 203 work. I would recommend leaving these on our agenda for the coming session. And then this is another one that's it's taken a long time to start to get traction with conversations with legislators. And this is, of course, our approved agenda from last year. One of the key things that we need to improve our transportation system, particularly out in our areas like ours that cross jurisdictional boundaries with larger counties, is changing how we plan for transportation. Because right now, Snohomish County does their plan, King County does their plan, it goes to PSRC. PSRC approves the plans, but it doesn't identify, for example, where Snohomish County residents are driving to go to work. These planning policies are based on Growth Management Act, and GMA was really intended to get people living and working in the same places. And that's not how it's worked for multiple reasons. And so it's time to really start to make that change. And so this is just really for the newer folks, getting that conversation going to continue to encourage the open discussion on what we need to do in the state to change and be innovated and really start to make some improvements. The reality is with population increase, improvements mean keeping status quo. So also being realistic about if you get any of these major changes, you're not going to see a decrease in congestion likely, but you may see it stop expanding. And then the next thing is, of course, one of our perennial, that's broadband. There's a lot of new funding available, but it's still not, not to the level that we would need in our jurisdiction. The state at times has tried to find ways to provide us some more local control. We have not gotten more local control from the federal government, but this continues to be a really important issue, even with 5G and wireless internet service becoming much more reliable and available in our communities. The broadband thing is never going away. So I would also recommend that we keep this on the list. And then next up is behavioral health and funding and support. We can change the wording up here because there has been significant investment in the last legislative session, but I think it's not an issue that's going away until there's enough funding and enough people in school to become licensed therapists and dig us out of this hole that we have. Next up is Land Use Regulation and Growth Management Act changes. We've seen multiple times, especially over the last 5 years, a legislature and folks in the legislature that have really been trying to take away our local control. The middle housing bill last year is a prime example of something that was meant to solve a problem that either can't be solved, depending on the jurisdiction, or jurisdictions are already doing the work. So this is really making sure that that they're thinking about the impacts to cities like ours. The non-contiguous UJ cities like ours are often more adversely impacted by even the best policy proposals that are great for large areas that are just not good for us. And so making sure that we keep that in check through our advocacy with the legislature. Next up is the State Building Code Council. This kind of gets to the line of some of the emergency rules that have gone in place over the last several years, and just stating that we really discourage the establishment of emergency admin roles without the process that includes city and county building officials' participation in the rulemaking. The rulemaking process is public, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that the right people are at the table. And then, Chief, I cannot recall if this was addressed in the legislative session last year or not. Removing the unnecessary redaction of duplicative police body worn camera footage. That's a public records.
I don't believe so.
Okay, I didn't think so either. So that would be another one that we would probably want to keep in our agenda, simply for the sake of when we do get our program in place, if there's more than one copy of video, we shouldn't need to keep multiple copies. That's expensive, and it also creates for storage, but then it also creates significant more work in the public record request response. And then the last one we have on here is the government facilities planning and design funding. So we've had this on our agenda for the last few years as we start to get ready to do that work, asking for city hall funding. And so we've kept this at the bottom of our list just to make sure that our legislators are aware that we're doing this work and that we will be asking for support when the time is right. I do get questions from legislators about where we're at in the process. So I also recommend keeping this here. And this is just an overview tonight, but there are lots of issues going on. So I would like to, hear feedback from council about what you want to keep, what you don't want to keep. We can update the text for sure. And then if there's anything missing that we don't have on here that we can come to a consensus with that we want to add. If you look at the Sound Cities Association's legislative agendas and Association of Washington Cities agendas, that'll give a pretty good baseline. We may not, you don't want to duplicate their agendas, but there may be components in that council wants to add to our agenda as an emphasis point. So with that, open to questions or thoughts. Councilmember Napoli?
Yeah, I think today there might have been a meeting with SVGA on setting the legislative agenda. And I don't know if anyone ended up going from our city.
I don't know anything about it.
Okay, I didn't know anything about it either until I saw an email chain talking about it. So I kind of suspect that maybe at the last meeting, they asked if people wanted to go and none of us were there.
Yeah.
And so I only saw like a bit of an end of a chain and I had to work my way back, like, what is this? Anyway,
Well, the good news with
Um,
SVJ is we've got a lot of transportation stuff already
Yes.
lined up. So
Mhm.
I think we can wait to see what they bring
Yeah.
up too.
so the reason I was bringing it up is just, I was curious if we could amplify or, kind of be saying
Mhm.
similar things just to, be supportive of that agenda. And anyway, go ahead, so.
I was gonna say, could we also add it, at that blurb at the bottom, we also support,
Yeah.
and add in SVGA's legislative.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we'll support everything in SCA's agenda based on the last SVJ meeting, but,
Oh, okay.
but yeah.
Well, maybe then we can
then we
go
can
through and share like
highlight.
some stuff
See
we,
if
yeah,
there's
sure,
some
yeah,
things.
okay.
So anyway,
And-
I was just curious.
And the goal too is to keep this one page, as close to one page as we can. So this is a little meatier than agendas normally are. So if we can simplify it as well, that will be helpful.
Other
It
thoughts?
looks good otherwise.
Yeah, Councilmember Schaefer?
So there's a lot of good stuff on here, and I think all of us have merit. What I'm wondering, though, is if it would be beneficial to provide a core priority of these. Really, what do we think is most important for Duvall? What maybe is, somewhat less important? Now, I'm not proposing we do that now, but, items like, there was an item, a couple up about the state and county potentially taking more control over land use items. I think that's really an important topic for Duvall. So that would get my vote as one of the higher priority items that we should focus on. Not that, like I say, the others are important as well, but it may, I don't know. I'm not sure how we spend time on this or whatever we put into it, but if there is a prioritization, I think maybe we should discuss that.
Yeah, go ahead.
From my years of experience working at the legislature with an agenda like this, I would not recommend putting one thing over the other. Because every one of these items goes through different committees, through different legislative committee chairs. There are times where you will get every single thing on your legislative agenda, and there are times you will get nothing. But if you start prioritizing and saying one is the most important over the other, unless you're being asked by our legislators, for example, if they're saying I can get A done or B or C, but I can't get them all done.
Sure.
Then you prioritize which one's most important so that they can put their effort into that. But in this case, when you have multiple committees and all of these things go through different committees, there's no real way to effectively prioritize and achieve your goals. So it's kind of a futile exercise at that point.
I was thinking more the way we use our time. As opposed to, telling a committee, well, this is, third on our list or something like that, because, frankly, you were right, they're not gonna care.
Yeah.
But it's more how, how much we want to push on any particular item. How much we might try to involve Sarah Perry or somebody like that to back us up.
County council won't be able to help much with the legislators. So that's really, we need to rely on our 45th district and now our 12th district representatives just east of us. But when we go to Olympia, there's going to be plenty of opportunities to go down, and some of these items will come up on a committee agenda at spur of the moment. So it won't necessarily be a priority thing. It'll be who's available to go,
Sure.
who's available to testify, who's available to pick up the phone and call a legislator at a cutoff line. But you're not going to know on any of these things until the time is there. And so you might have a zombie bill. So we might have a growth management related bill that seems like it's going nowhere. And then after a policy committee cutoff, that bill comes up and you aren't paying attention to it. You're monitoring it, but you're not paying attention to it until it becomes that zombie bill that regenerates, because it's an absolute waste of your time and the legislator's time. So that could also, part of that also depends on who's sponsoring the bill. So I'll be, Cynthia and I will be able to monitor a lot of that. AWC monitors a lot of that, but I wouldn't recommend, I think that as opportunities come up, people need to decide if they've got the bandwidth to go.
Sure. Yeah, no, thanks for that explanation. But basically what you're saying is like, it's complicated, it's not completely predictable.
Correct. Correct.
I
I've
understand.
seen lots of zombie bills come back to life and almost make it by the end of session.
Councilmember Nephew?
Yeah, it's interesting your thought about prioritization, and I'm curious if we did use our lobbyists for any of these items. Could, as we set and discuss a work plan for the lobbyist, could we, say we really want to work on this? So there would be a level of,
Yeah.
Us as a community being able to say, let's really hone in on this one. I see something. And,
Yeah.
and so prioritize somewhat in our
Yeah.
lobbyists, hours of how they're using their time.
Absolutely. And one of the things that they'll be able to do in that prioritization process to help guide council in the city is make recommendations based on what they see the most viable is. So they're always going to want us to move to the most viable. And they're also always going to want us to try and get our capital funding, because that's what makes it most cost effective for our residents when using tax dollars to do that work.
When
And-
do you, go ahead.
Oh, and I was going to say, and I'm also happy to have conversations with anybody offline about any of this stuff. I know the legislature pretty well, so it's a strange thing unless you're working in it, and it's complex and confusing. So feel free to reach out to me anytime, and happy to discuss at length.
When would you want feedback by?
If we could have feedback, it would be ideal if we could have feedback a week from Friday.
Okay.
And then I can take the weekend and bring some stuff back, and maybe Cynthia and I can work on modifying a draft for 2023. And then we can discuss it at the next meeting if that works for everybody.
Yeah, that sounds
And
good.
it seems like we should be able to actually probably hammer it out pretty quickly at this stage.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't know if I want to try and squeeze anything else in, just that way everyone has time to take a break since it's 6:52. So with that, as always, there's the council planning calendar. If there's a link to it in your digital version of your agenda, you can always check out what's on the horizon. And with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn at 6:51 and see you back at 7. Yeah, it's not fun.
And he still loves.
I wish I was there.
Yeah.
But she's like an old, I think she's like an old lady.
We'll get through it. I know. We'll get through it.
You got Amy's third here.
Like,
Be a Saturday.
Stop triggering me. I know.
And then now it's.
I'd like to call the November 1st, 2022 Duvall City Council to order. If you'd please join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Councilmember Isaacson. Councilmember Schaefer.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McHenry.
Here.
Councilmember Mercer.
Here.
Councilmember Napland.
Here.
Councilmember Lovett. Mayor Overlander.
Here. Thank you. We have a quorum. And with that, do we have any additions or corrections to the agenda?
Is this where we would pull things off the consent agenda? Okay, so do I need a motion or can I just ask?
You can say it and as long as.
Okay, I'd like to pull off AB 22-93 and AB 22-94 just for further discussion.
All right, so we'll go ahead and put those
Add
under
those to,
new business.
I
At
think
the end?
so. Yeah,
Items 5 and 6.
yes.
Any other additions or changes to the agenda? Seeing none, do we have a motion to approve this evening's council agenda?
So moved.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Hi.
All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. And we will move on quickly to council election, and we have interview of candidates for city council position number 5. In which case I get to hand this over to our mayor pro tem for the interviewing. And then once we interview, we will be going into executive session to discuss. And if council so chooses, they will come out of executive session and vote on a new council member. And if that is approved, council member will be sworn in and sit in for the rest of the meeting.
All right, thank you. So
Yes,
I think last time, did we have them go to the
Yes.
podium? Okay, would you mind standing at the podium? Would you mind introducing yourself to everyone?
I'm Mike Supple. I've lived in Duvall for 28 years and one of the candidates for position number 5.
All right, so with that, I'm gonna just ask you some questions. And we'll start with, what challenges do you expect to encounter in this position and how would you be able to utilize your skills and experience if selected?
See, challenges I expect to encounter. I think there's some budget challenges facing Duvall in the long term. Maybe not necessarily this biennium, but in future bienniums. But with respect to the dependence on fees from housing developments, I can see that kind of tapering off in the future here. How I meet that, I would look into helping develop commercial properties, bringing in some outside businesses. I don't know if this is possible, but I know other communities, other states provide tax incentives to businesses. I don't know if that's possible here, but I know that's something that's been done elsewhere. In general, I promote commercial development. It seems like we have plenty of urban housing, but there's a lack of commercial development. I've been on the planning commission. I know every time there's a big development, we set aside property for commercial development. I haven't seen anything come up on any of those properties in the 5 years I've been on the commission. So yeah, that would be something I would work for.
All right, thank you. When making decisions, how do you determine what is in the best interest of the community?
Well, first and foremost, you have to look at public safety. I think that's one of the prime considerations for interest of the community, and then economic development, I think, is another area that requires some thought. Let's see, what was it? Can you repeat that question?
Yeah, sure. When making decisions, how do you determine what is in the best interest of the community?
Oh, yeah, I would prioritize some things like economic development, public safety, maintaining the rural community, the atmosphere that we have here. Anything that would help develop a sense of community.
Okay. What do you believe are the most urgent issues the city is facing currently, and how would you like to see the council address them?
Urgent issues. I think I addressed them a little bit. You know, it always comes down to budget. I think no matter, you know, whether it's the state legislature or the federal government or your own personal household, maintaining a budget that's sustainable into the future. I think this is the main issue facing Duvall, maybe not this year or next year or the year after. But in the long term, you know, I've spent 28 years here. I greatly enjoyed my time. I have 2 stepchildren living in Duvall, and between them, 5 grandchildren. And I would like to see Duvall remain as enjoyable for them in the future as it has been for me.
Thank you. Is there anything you'd like to say about yourself that you feel is important for us to consider before we conclude?
Sure. Well, I had a long career at the Boeing Company. I spent 28 years there. I started off as an engineer, graduated from the University of Washington with a degree in electrical engineering. When I retired, I was a manager of approximately 18 engineers. So I have a lot of experience working with managers and having people work for me. And it was that type of experience with like conflict resolution, setting priorities for the budget, acquiring money for the budget is always a constant, because every year there's always like a budget cut. Okay, you have to do more with less. Figuring out how to do that was a skill that you learn to live with.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You can have a seat again. And so do you take over back now?
Yes, so at this point, we'll ask all members of the public and staff to leave the room. And we will be going into an executive session pursuant to RCW 42.30.110 sub H to evaluate the qualifications of the candidate for appointment to elective office.
Do you expect the question to last?
Start at 5 or 10?
Let's start with 5.
5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
So then you could plug your computer and then we'll. On the bottom screen.
Yeah, and also mute this because they can hear us still right now as I'm talking.
You're muted if you've started.
All right, we are off mute now. So we've just come out of executive session to discuss and evaluate the qualifications of a candidate for appointment to elective office. And so we'll move on to agenda item number 3, potential appointment of city council. I cannot talk tonight. City council member position 5. Council, would someone like to make a motion?
I move to appoint Mike Supple to council position number 5.
Second, Shaver.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. And with that, Mr. Supple, welcome to the Duvall City Council. And if you'll join me at the podium, I will administer the oath of office. You raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Michael Supple,
I, Michael Supple,
having been duly appointed to the office of City of Duvall,
having been duly appointed to the office of City of Duvall,
City Council Position 5,
City Council Position number 5,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully and impartially
I will faithfully and impartially
discharge the duties of this office
discharge the duties of this office
as prescribed by law
as prescribed by law
and to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
and that I will support and maintain
and I will support and maintain
the Constitution of the State of
the
Washington
Constitution of the State of Washington
and of the United States of America.
and of the United States of America.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Sign the top and then you will and then you will join us at the next.
Awesome.
Who knew when we were trying to do 5 years ago?
Yes, I owe it all to you.
Congratulations.
Thank
We're
you.
excited to have you on board.
Thank you.
You wanna-
I'll get my stuff.
Okay. I'm like, don't leave. You're ours now.
All right, and with that, do we have any comments from the audience this evening?
I did, sorry.
So if you're joining us on Zoom, just press the raise your hand icon.
Okay, not seeing any. It looks like we do not have any members of the audience here. Clerk McMillan, did we receive any email public comment?
No.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, do we have a motion to approve this evening's consent agenda?
So moved.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. And with that, we'll move on to scheduled items. Mayor's report. We had the governor's pandemic after action review task force last Thursday. That work is moving along nicely. We also had the Sound Cities Association Finance Committee meeting to finalize recommendations for dues and the budget for 2023, which will be approved at the November Sound Cities Association networking event and annual meeting. We also had there have been several briefings and emails going around regarding the Loch Katrine fire. As we know, that was actually pretty close and only one ridge away from our water supply at the Tolt Reservoir. But that's obviously all of the fire activity has died down, and our direct impact should be very minimal moving forward through the winter on that, unless you're traveling Highway 2, in which case there's going to be a lot of closures this year. Mayor Ross and I met last week or 2 weeks ago, actually, with Senator Dingra to discuss some criminal justice issues and share what was discussed at the SVAJ meeting last month. We also had the Sound Cities Association Board of Directors meeting, and the new CEO of AWC started today, and he was able to attend our North End Mayor's meeting today. So that was really nice to have him there, where he's going to be a fantastic addition to SCA. And so I can't wait for everyone to get to meet him. And again, hope you will all come to the November networking dinner. Moving forward, we're really just kind of focused on budget at this point. And so it should be a relatively quiet couple of weeks until we hit third week in November. I will be attending the National League of Cities annual conference in Kansas City. So I will be missing the meeting on the 15th. I will be either in flight or in meetings at that point. And there's still, if anyone is still interested in going and hasn't signed up, you're welcome to. Airline costs might be a little high at this point, but for anybody that's interested in attending, it's fantastic. And if not this year, next year. And Amy and I will be bugging those of you to potentially come to the Congressional Cities Conference in March. And with that, that's my report for the evening. Do we have a report from King County Fire District 45 this evening?
No.
Okay. Chief Duvall, do you have a report this evening?
I will be providing one at the next meeting.
Perfect. Thank you. Council committees. Do we have any reports from finance and administration? Okay. Land use. Public safety.
Yes. Let's see, public safety, as far as open positions, we have we have 2 lateral and 1 entry-level candidate currently in background. That if we're able to bring those on, successfully bring those folks on board, we will actually have our positions filled with 1 exception. And that exception is we also have an internal sergeant candidate in progress, and assuming that happens, we will have an open sergeant position at that point. Mental health professional. Chief Duvall's been working with Redmond Mental Health. We have a draft ILA, final stages of bringing that to fruition. That'll be 2 days where the mental health professional will be embedded with our officers. Then on call after that, and there will still be 24/7 coverage from that mental health professional. And you know, in downtime, the plan is for that mental health professional to provide officer training. Chief Erskine was able to attend as well. We discussed wildfires and emergency preparedness. He mentioned he is getting very good support from Council Member Sarah Perry on that. So that's encouraging that she recognizes the importance of that. Then as far as good of the order, we had a good discussion on the parking issues at Big Rock. No solutions yet, obviously, but there are safety concerns there with the traffic and kids. That's it.
Great, thank you. Public Works. Okay, you can tell we're in the middle of budget. It's nice and quiet. Ad hoc committees. Okay. Any other council reports? Anybody attend anything that you'd like to share with Mayor Pro Tem McHenry?
Yeah, I was at downtown doing the trick or treating thing last night, and it was a ton of fun. There were a lot of people, and I love that not just the kids dress up, the adults do too, including me, and all the police. That was the ongoing joke of the evening. So it was really great. We did not run out of candy, which was amazing because we were all a little stressed about it. But just happy to see that event back. And then the other thing I was just going to remind everybody, there's a virtual council chat on Thursday, and it's in the evening from 6:30 to 7:30. There's a Teams link on the calendar invite, and I can all forward that to you, Mike. And yeah, so if you can make it, RSVP, so I know to make sure we don't have a quorum on that. And if you can't, that's okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Naplin?
I probably should have brought this up at good of the order, but I just wanted to mention, I've been doing an awful lot of walking. I'm turning over a new leaf and trying to exercise, which really I don't need to report, but how it relates to city council is I've been walking through the new neighborhoods quite a bit, and I don't know if anyone ever wants to join me. It's really interesting to see these neighborhoods come together. I can see a lot of work that was done in planning commission and in our planning department to make them really nice. You know, I no matter how I personally feel about how many homes need to be built here in Duvall, I think that there has been a lot of effort into making the best of what we've done, and there's some beautiful landscaping. And anyway, I just wanted to say that. And as part of my venturing around, I did go and measure the pickleball, what we thought might be a pickleball court. It does appear to be the exact dimensions of a pickleball court. So anyway, very excited to report that.
Where's the pickleball?
It's in the Rio Vista neighborhood. There's a little sport court that also has a basketball hoop that's tucked around. There's a beautiful path around, you know, some mitigation buffer area around a wetland. So anyway, if you ever want to go for a walk and check it all out, they did a really good job. And yeah, so I guess pickleball is this huge phenomenon. There was I don't know, was it Dateline? I don't think it was Dateline, but one of those shows like that had this huge episode on how pickleball is taking over the world.
Yep.
So anyway, happy to report we have a pickleball court that has a lock on it, and I'm not sure why it's locked.
We don't need it.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? I did realize one thing I did forget to report, and that I was very honored to be invited by the Vice President's office to attend the announcement in Seattle last week, where they announced $1 billion in funding for electric school buses. So it's really exciting. It's a great opportunity for our school districts. I'm hoping that RSD is able to take advantage of that, because we all know those from all of our kids that have ridden school buses, those diesel fumes are really harmful. And so to have a clean energy source when the kids are sometimes spending hours on a bus is going to be big. So I'm very hopeful that RSD can be one of the successful applicants to that. So
And less noise as well.
yes, much less noise, except the kids.
Can I ask you, or I was just gonna follow up, because I saw your post about that and I was excited. So I happened to be with one of the PTSA's meeting with the superintendent, and I asked, and she said they did apply. They don't know yet. I'm not sure what date, but I was just glad to hear they had applied.
Yeah. So it was pretty exciting. I feel very fortunate that I've been invited to one presidential event and vice presidential event this year, and I have no idea how I got in the invite list, but I'll take it. Hopefully there will be more opportunities in the future. And moving on to the city administrator report.
Yes. So my inaugural city administrator report tonight. And it'll be short until I start learning more about what you all are interested in hearing in the report. So for tonight, so I've broken it down into 3 sections. So the agenda, community, committee, and commission updates, department updates, and city hall news. So on the committee and commission updates, just reminding everyone, we have 2 joint planning commission meetings on the 9th and on the 16th. So those will be coming up soon, and it'll be my first opportunity to get involved in the planning commission. I'm looking forward to it. Department updates. So I've included a few things here. And the first is, this is our last meeting with our city clerk, Sarah McMillan, and we want to wish her the very best in her future endeavors. And I've gotten Sarah a little something to remind her of her time here in Duvall.
I have to open it. Okay. I'm gonna cry too.
Oh, that's perfect.
Nice. Thank you so much. I'm gonna need this. Thank you.
By week's end, so November 4th is the first review for applicants for the city clerk position. So we'll be beginning that recruitment process here at the end of the week and then into next week. So for the finance department, I just wanted to highlight that the OpenGov platform has some really cool features on it. And one of them is we can see the unique visitors that go onto the OpenGov platform and take a look at the budget. And we can also see the time spent in perusing the budget and finding answers to questions, hopefully. So we'll continue to track that. But it's, it's an interesting and exciting part of the platform that we get to see how many people are engaging with the transparency tool. So for the police department, we'll be coming back in the coming months. We had a setback with our indigent legal services, our contract provider that we've been in negotiations with since, I believe, Chief Duvall, April-ish.
It was like May or June timeframe.
Has discontinued, is going to need to discontinue for a variety of reasons, our legal services. So Chief DeBach and I will be looking for a replacement. We are going to have to be on an extremely expedited timeline because not only do we need to find a new service provider, we need to go into contract negotiations and get that contract in place before the end of the year. So more work to come, but wanted to highlight that for you.
Is that something that needs council approval?
It is.
It is, okay, good for us to know, needs to be expedited.
Yeah. Public Works has a lot going on. So we opened the internal recruitment for the assistant city engineer. That opened this week. The first review of applications will be on the 7th. The police station remodeling bid will open on the 3rd. The wastewater treatment plant fourth train upgrades and UV replacement project. So it goes out for advertising on the 15th and again on the 22nd and 29th. The open house is on the 29th with the contractor walkthrough. Bid opening on the 13th of December. The Northeast 142nd Place Sidewalk Phase 1 construction project, that's in the packet. We'll be discussing that more in new business tonight. However, great news, awarded $80,000 towards the design of Phase 2. And then lastly, a grant to supplement the cost of updating the Parks, Trails, and Open Space Plan. That's part of our budget proposal, and this would offset the cost that we've made to include the Parks and Trails and Open Space planning in the current budget. The application is due on the 14th with the final award coming between December and January of 2023. And then for community development, this is just an update on something that we are working on and will come to council at some point. So we have a request from the Ajamini Berhani Mosque to get a waiver to the sewer moratorium. They've requested a meeting with staff to talk about the process of the moratorium and potential options and paths forward. I reached out to them today and we'll hopefully get a meeting set soon with the mosque, members of the community, as well as their legal counsel.
What is the UV replacement?
Dr. Lanchevsky.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, staff, citizens, Steve Lanchevsky, Public Works. So I'll be as quick as I can, which it's not quick, but the wastewater treatment plant is built for a certain population. It was remodeled in 2004 with the design to expand it in the future when we needed it to meet some of our biological metrics. So we are at a point where we need that upgrade. So the ultraviolet part of that is we are like a tertiary treatment facility. So the last stage of disinfection goes through UV.
Okay.
So ultraviolet lenses basically just like to go through and right before discharge to the river. So they are very old. My plant manager has been nagging me ever since I walked back in the door. And it's on you because I told you we need it. And
So there are already lights, they just need to be replaced.
I haven't seen the bill. 4 bulbs just went out this last week and a half ago, so they came today. So no time like a Christmas. So, but yes, they're blimping along. It's a quality piece of machinery, but it's part of the whole upgrade.
Yeah.
We lumped it.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Mhm.
And then, so just kind of walking through some of the work that I've been doing, which in my first week is setting some priority meetings, meeting with our city attorney, meetings scheduled with our union partners to meet with them and make those introductions. And then tomorrow is my first meeting with the city administrator, city manager section of Sound Cities. Halloween was great. I was thrilled to be able to participate last night. And we had a lot of kids, apparently not the most kids, but a lot of kids. And it was a lot of fun. We have a request from the King County Department of Community and Human Services to promote and augment the Youth Bill of Rights and the Youth Bill of Rights Task Force to engage our youth in creating, and actually I have the flyer, and the flyer is here. It's on City Hall right now. But it is the Bill of Rights will identify the wants, needs, and children and youth, and guide leaders as they make decisions that affect the health, happiness, hopes of young people in our region. They've specifically asked us to highlight and augment their work as they have somewhat low participation from the Snoqualmie Valley. So we've posted this at City Hall. There's a QR code on it. If you walk by and want to scan the QR code, to learn more information. It is for participants ages 5 to 24 who are residents of King County. And then the last thing, I'm trying to figure out which meetings are on the calendar, which meetings we want to remain on the calendar. There is Monday pre-meeting council drop-in hour from 11 to 12 that used to be scheduled with the city administrator and staff. And if any of the council members are interested in maintaining that meeting, please contact me or send me an email so we can understand whether or not to keep it on our calendar. And with that, questions, Councilmember Napoli?
Yeah, sometimes that time is a little bit tricky because I haven't had a chance to fully review the packet yet. Sometimes we get it late Friday, and then if the weekend slammed, Monday, the kids are back in school and I start going through it. And so I don't know how everyone else feels if, maybe if it was a little bit later in the day, although that crunches into the council meeting the next day. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there of kind of why it's sometimes hard for me to attend.
Okay. Yeah, we can definitely look at, different options, and I can meet with staff to figure out how much lead time we need between that
Right.
meeting and questions being generated from that meeting, and then preparing any changes to our presentations that we would be preparing for the following evening. So open question, certainly think about it and let me know.
Does that meeting, is that something you or any other staff have to prepare for? What I'm concerned about is that I typically don't take advantage of that, but I don't want you guys to be sitting around a table somewhere waiting for somebody to call in or stop by. I don't want you wasting your time. So how does that actually work?
I'm going to defer to Director Thomas about how it's worked in the past because I haven't attended one of those.
So for the most part, what we currently do is all the directors have an invite to it. And we'll just sit at our desk working on other things with the background on. And if somebody from council pops on, then we pop on.
Okay.
And go through any sort of comments or questions. It hasn't been well utilized. And so I'm thinking either, we need to change the time or the date, or it just isn't working.
Or do away.
Or we want to reinvent it and do something different with it.
Sure.
It was created by one of our former administrators, and so I talked with our city administrator. I said, hey, we might want to check in on this.
Yeah, well, it's a nice idea, and I'm not sure how many of us will, are even able to take advantage of it, but like I said, my concern is I don't want to waste staff time.
Yeah. And that is what I have for this evening, unless there are any other questions.
Thank you. Moving on to public hearings. We have 4 this evening. I will go ahead and open the first hearing on the preliminary operating and capital budget for 2023 and 2024 and turn it over to Director Mason for presentation.
Thanks, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Staff, Dana Mason, Finance Director. Go ahead and share my screen. And this is public hearing number 1 for the proposed biennial budget. We'll start with just a recap of everything that we've talked about for the budget, an expenditure overview with all funds, go through capital expenditures, salaries and wages, professional services, transfers, supplies, fund balance, and then we'll look at the budget timeline. So just for a recap, there was a revenue discussion at the Council of Whole in July of 2022. And we went over the preliminary CIP and one-time expenditures at the Council of Whole in September. On October 18th, there was a preliminary biennial budget and mayor's budget message at the City Council meeting. And then we also had a public hearing on revenues at the City Council meeting, and that did not include property tax, which we'll be talking about tonight. And then the budget was made available, just a plug for stories, to the public on October 25th, and that's being updated. And then we also had our department budget presentations on the 25th. And on November 1st, we also had more department presentations tonight. So just for an expenditure overview, I know this is very hard to see, but just wanted to show all the different categories by funds trending over the years. There's professional services, capital, salaries and wages, transfers out, benefits, of course, which go hand in hand with salaries and wages, supplies, debt service, and then these bottom 2 are not really used very often. And then for total expenditure budget for 2023, it's hard to see, but it's just under 3.2 million. Expenditures for 2024 are just over 40.5 million, and for a biennial total of 72.8 million. So we'll just go through in the next slides significant changes to the main category. And while we do that, just keep in mind that 2021 is actual, 2022 is budget, and sometimes it's not super helpful when you're comparing because we have a biennial budget, so there may be some capital expenditures in 2021 that the budget in 2021 that did not get used. So here's the expenditures just in a pie chart for 2023, the proposed expenditures for 2023 and 2024. And you can see that capital is our biggest chunk of the pie. And then salaries and benefits together is the second biggest chunk. That's about 23%. Professional services are another 23%. Then we have transfers out, which are often related to capital projects, supplies, and then debt service. So capital expenditures, and you've seen this slide, and you've probably seen a lot of these slides. So it's really definitely a recap, but 18.3 million of our capital expenditures in the proposed budget are carried over from 2021, 2022. New expenditures are just about 6 million. And then we have some ongoing capital projects that just occur every year. So I'll just focus on the new projects. So for facilities, that's City Hall flooring for $50,000. For the street CIP fund, that's phase 2 sidewalk design for $808,000. And then there's 3 overlay projects in the transportation benefit district fund for $350,000, $100,000, and $120,000. For park CIP, there's the Big Rock Ballpark Field phase 2 for $425,000. That's the money for new park signage, and then some money for resurfacing of 2 sport courts. And then for utility CIPs, there's the 1.9 or almost $2 million for a reservoir coating in the water fund, and then the wastewater treatment plant phase 3 and 4 for $1,306,000, and then the pump station for $750,000. And then also included in the capital outlay category is machinery equipment. Our capital threshold is $5,000. So anything that's permanent in nature that's over $5,000 goes into this category, or any equipment that's permanent in nature. So we've got, you can see that there's 5 new trucks that are being paid for or proposed to be paying for out of the equipment replacement fund, a server for IT. There's this Ford Maverick truck that's going to be paid for by Parks, Street, Water, and Storm, and then they will start paying into the equipment replacement fund for a future replacement. There's a scissor-less, same thing. It's being paid for Parks by Parks, Street, and Water. A water pipe rack that's carryover, a paint striper, a valve operator turner, and then a rebuilt pump, and some refrigerated composite samplers for the sewer treatment plant. So for salaries and benefits, 23% of the biennial budget, or just over that combined. And you can see here, this is the FTE count from 2014, kind of compared to the population growth. You can see that we're gonna hit over 9,000, or we are estimating we're gonna get over 9,000 in 2024. So this biennium, and then also added to stories is this historical trend. If anyone wants to look at that, that was a request. So the budget has 8 new FTEs. The communications coordinator, and we've talked about these, the community events coordinator, the planning manager, and the emergency management coordinator. And these are all the budget proposed paying for these with American Rescue Plan Act funds. And I've added the 2-year costs, so separated costs in the position justification page of the stories, along with the funding and just a little bit more information about the positions. And then here's 2 general fund permanent positions. So those are 2 parks. Oh, and I also put in the start dates. That's what I added. 2 is permanent parks. So 1 parks worker starting in July of 2023, and then another starting in July of 2024. And then we have a wastewater maintenance tech starting in April of 2023. And then we also, in the 2023 FTE count, we have 0.25 FTE just for overlap in 2023 when our longtime wastewater treatment plant manager retires. So there's a little training crossover. And then we've talked about this. This is potentially an IT. The budget has an IT technician in it. It's really just contingent on the results of the IT assessment where that goes. And then we've also talked a lot about this, just changes to existing FTEs. One thing I wanted to point out was the 0.5 finance associate. Last year, position was changed from 0.5 FTE to 1, and we would like to make that permanent. And then there's the storm drainage coordinator position was removed, and the assistant engineering position was reconfigured. The assistant administrative assistant 3 to deputy clerk, the assistant planner to associate planner, a maintenance tech 2 to maintenance tech 3, project manager to senior project manager. And then we already talked about that FTE, that 0.25 FTE. And then in 2004, we have the movement of a permit specialist to a permit specialist 2, plans examiner 1 to plans examiner 2, maintenance tech 2 to maintenance tech 3, senior project manager to capital programs project manager, and then a public works maintenance worker to public works lead. And then other notable changes to salary is, of course, the bargain 2023 COLA for Teamsters, which was 3.19%, and that's based on an average of a 10-year average of the June to June CPIU. And non-represented employees historically receive the same increase, so that's budgeted as well. And then the bargain COLA for the police is still pending. But we do have an estimate in the budget. And then if there was a medical increase of 4.5 for 2023. So in the professional services category, which takes up about 23% of the proposed budget of the following categories. These, when we loaded our chart of accounts into OpenGov, we used the names that the state auditor's office uses for all of these different accounts. So under insurance and tax, this is really where the school impact fee expense goes, and there is a corresponding revenue with that. Then you have professional services, of course, just general professional services. Interfund charges for services fall under this category. Utilities like electric, natural gas, water, sewer, repairs and maintenance, which just to the facilities and to cars, membership, and that's repairs and maintenance done by outside people, so outside professionals. Memberships and subscriptions has our software subscriptions in there as well. Communication is just cell phones and our landline, and then training and registration and travel and meals. So we've already gone through a lot of this, but I'll do it one more time. So, or maybe as many times as needed. So there is carryover from the general fund of about $100,000. So the $10,000 public art in lieu obligation, 20 of the 60 budgeted for long range financial plan, 10,000 of the $25,000 budgeted for the workflow analysis, 25 of the 250 budgeted for the transportation comprehensive plan update, 10,000 for community engagement. And then the 25,000 for the emergency plan update. And then this is the one-time professional services that the budget proposes being paid for with strategic funds. And I think we've gone through all these quite a few times, so I won't list them out. And then we have some one-time expenditures, professional services, and the American Rescue Plan Act, the $150,000 for the Maine and Virginia feasibility study, and then the City Hall redesign and scope. New ongoing operating costs we've already talked about, but that includes almost $30,000 annually for police cameras and monitoring. The mental health services, $3,000 annually for GIS costs associated with the permit module. $4,800 annually for virtual meeting software, $10,000 annually for public records processing software, just over $10,000 for email archiving, and then the human services grants were increased from $10,000 to $20,000 per year, and then the equipment allocation or charges for services was increased from 5% to 10% to help with the underfunded portion of that fund. So transfers out. We're getting to the really exciting stuff. So transfers out. The general fund is receiving this is a $750,000 from the strategic fund. The transfer from the American Rescue Plan Act fund for the salaries for the 4 limited term positions. And then the transfer from the building permit, water, sewer, and storm is for general fund overhead. Big Rock Ballpark gets just over $450,000 from the general fund, and that's to help cover operating costs. The debt fund gets $452,000 from the general fund. That's for the Main Street to help repay Main Street bonds. Or actually, sorry, this is the Big Rock portion from the Parks levy or the levy lid lift. And down here, this is the transfer to help pay for the Main Street bonds. And I just realized I don't have my pointer on, and I'm just like pointing like crazy down here. I was like, where? Okay. For facility CIP, this is a transfer in for the wastewater treatment plant remodel from REIT 1 and REIT 2. For street, we have 340,000 for Third Avenue sidewalk improvements. And 2 other street, this is also for Third Avenue sidewalk improvements and for 1 other. And then there was an additional $40,000 added to the Third Avenue project. And that's going to be paid for with a transfer in from Storm CIP. The water CIP, the water operating fund is transferring $300,000 to the water CIP to help pay for reservoir recoding. And then the sewer fund is transferring $615,000 to the sewer CIP fund for one of the 2, I believe 2 of the additional projects that were added. And then this fund from the transfer from the general fund to the IT fund, that is the additional levy lid lift proceeds that are dedicated to IT improvements, and also tech fees that are collected from permitting that also go through to IT improvements. I'm getting close, I promise. Okay, so for supplies is a small amount, but I just wanted to show you what goes into the supplies category. Waters for resale, your general office supplies, fuel, crew R&M supplies. That's when they go out and they buy stuff to repair cars or, things inside buildings themselves. Inclement weather supplies, traffic control supplies. We have an additional money for trees this year, or maybe we pulled it out from one of the categories. And then small tools and equipment is anything that's permanent in nature that doesn't meet the capital threshold. So this could be desks, office equipment, small mowers. And then we have an extra line here for computer hardware and software. And then furniture and fixtures, we actually don't really use this category. But you can see that the meter, hydrant, valve supplies, those costs have increased pretty significantly. And then fund balance. So the estimated beginning fund balance for the biennium is currently almost 3.9 million. The estimated ending fund balance is approximately 32.1 million. So it's 1.8 million less, but we are spending down our American Rescue Plan Act funds. So that's a big chunk of it. And we are spending down some of our general fund. But as I pointed out before, the general fund is really, it's the general fund, it's a contingency fund, and this is the strategic fund. And this building fund used to be part of the general fund. I mean, we pulled it out so we could do cost recovery for it, but it did lie up there at one point in time. So my last slide for this piece of the presentation is just what's next. So we did our department presentations. Here's the public hearing number 1. We'll have public hearing number 2. And hopefully during that time, the property tax levy and possibly the fee schedule will be adopted. We'll also have our end of the biennium budget amendments discussion for 21-22. And then this would be great if the budget could be adopted on this date right here. And then we could also adopt the end of the biennium budget amendments if needed. But we do have extra time if we need more discussion. And that's the end of this portion of the public hearing.
Thank you, Director Mason. And I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and see if there's anyone on the.
Wait, ask the public if they want to comment.
Don't we do it? Okay, yeah, got it mixed up. Thank you. We've got 2 attendees on the public. So before we close, I want to see if any of those 2 members would like to provide public comment on this public hearing.
So if you'd like to comment, please press the raise your hand icon.
Seeing none, we will go ahead and close this public hearing and move on to our second public hearing, budget revenue sources and property tax levy for 2023. Director Mason.
Thank you, Mayor.
Did you open the public?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
All All right, so we already discussed most of the revenues at the public hearing at the last meeting. So this one focuses on property tax. So the agenda is, we're just going to show a little pie chart of where property tax goes, discuss the levy lid correction. I'm going to put my little pointer on again. Discuss the levy lid correction, look over the property tax calculations. We have two, corrected and uncorrected. Look at the levy rate, corrected and uncorrected. Look at a city property tax example, and this is the same property that we looked at last year when we were going through this process, and then just talk about the next steps. So in 2022, a homeowner in Duvall paid approximately $10.04 per $1,000 of assessed value in property tax. And that was down from $11.10 per $11,000 of assessed value in 2021. And in 2022, 51% or 51, almost 52% of property tax was approved by voters. So I thought that was kind of cool. You can see that right here, the city's portion is just of 2022 was just 11.53% of all the property tax that was collected. A big chunk of it goes to the county. A lot of it goes to the school, the state school fund, and the school district. And then you also have fire, hospital, library, EMS, and then the flood control district, and then a little bit to the port. So the levy lid correction for you, those who aren't in the know, in 2016, voters approved a 9-year levy lid lift for Big Rock ballpark debt, the full-time school resource officer, IT improvements, and it expires in 2025. Earlier this year, King County reported to the city that the levy lid lift amount had been miscalculated and that the city could levy the difference between the allowable and the certified property tax levy for the last 3 years. They gave us an option of doing it over, releving that amount of over 2 years, 3 years, or just not relevying it. And council chose not to relevy the amount available from the last 3 years. So the preliminary property tax worksheet from the county has the corrected amount without the relevy. So an additional $61,593 that if council decided to accept that relevy and go with the corrected amount, that amount would be restricted in use for IT improvements since we are already fully funding our school resource officer and the Big Rock ballpark debt. I just wanted to point out that when the property tax, when the agenda bill went out, this amount right here, the 2023 uncorrected, it included the refund from the prior year. So my calculation was a little bit off. I apologize. So, you know, to get to the levy, you take the prior year levy factor limit, you multiply it by 1%, and that's your 1% that you're legally allowed to, the maximum you're allowed to by law to increase your property taxes. And then you take the assessed value of new construction and you multiply it by the previous year's levy rate, and that comes out with your new construction levy, which was a lot more than we thought it was going to be, and a lot more than last year. And then you take that, you add those two together, and you take your prior year refunds, and you get your allowable levy. And then the city, or often most cities, add additional, because you can ask King County for millions and millions of dollars, but you're only going to get your allowable levy. But sometimes you get money in for state utilities that go across lines. That value kind of comes in late. And so everybody usually asks for a little bit more so you get the full amount that you are entitled to. So I'm just doing all those calculations. The levy rate, the corrected levy rate, that's the levy rate with the correction from the county, would be 0.9208 per $1,000 of assessed value. The uncorrected rate would be 0.90360 per $1,000. So they're not too far off. And then I just wanted to show you this chart. This is just, you know, the assessed value is this blue line right here. And this is the line itself coming down is the levy rate. So our assessed value is going up, 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 and the levy rate is coming down. And then
I know. You have to redo it for each presentation.
here's the house that we looked at last year for the property tax. So that house had an incredible increase in assessed value. Last year, the value was $826,000. And this year, that house was assessed at $1.1 million, a 34% increase. With that levy rate for this house, for with the correction, their levy would be, and this is just the city's portion because we don't know what everyone else is levying, but the city portion would be $1,031.28. Without the correction, it would be $28 less, $1,003. And that is if the city decides to take the 1%. If the city decided not to take the 1%, it would be $1,022. And with the correction, and 94 or 994 without the correction. And then I just wanted to talk a little bit about bank capacity, because if cities don't take the 1%, you can bank that capacity. It does compound. So for example, if Duvall decided not to take the 1% next year, or this year, next year, we could take 2% plus a 1% of the 1%. So it'd be 2.01%. So it's, you know, some cities do bank their capacity and then they can hit the tax, you know, they may be like, oh, we need money. And then, you know, they can levy a tax of 5% at once, or whatever it is, compounded. All right, so next steps, this is the property tax hearing, and we'll have public testimony. And then later when we talk about the agenda bill, we'll have time for council discussion and direction on which way you would like to go with the corrected or uncorrected, or 1% or not 1%. And then we need to have action by November 15th, because this is due. We have to get our property tax levy ordinance to the county by November 30th. And that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Director Mason. Do we have anyone attending online this evening that would like to provide public comment? I'm not seeing any hands raised, so we will go ahead and close that public hearing and move on to our third public hearing. And I'll open the public hearing for revised consolidated fee schedule. Director Mason.
Hello again. Okay, so this is the revised. I'll just go real quickly over the differences in the fee schedule for 2023. So we'll talk about the fee adjustments, the consumer price index, urban 2-year average, which drives a lot of the increases for our fees. And then we also have the engineering news record construction cost index 2-year average, which also drives some of our GFCs and impact fees, and then the other adjustments. And then these two discussions will be saved for later when we, let me put my little highlighter on these discussions right here. Whoops, wrong one. Here we go. These, okay, now I'm writing all over everything. These will be discussed later. All right, okay, so the increase by resolution, the city is allowed to, or can, and usually does, adjust its utility rates, its building permit fees, the sewer equalizing fee, the roof permit fee, the right-of-way use fee, clear and grading fees by the average of the prior 2-year June to June Seattle Tacoma Bellevue Consumer Price Index for urban, which is 7.81% for this year. So it's a little bit higher just because 2022 was extremely high at 10.1%. And then also the city increases its park impact fees, sewer GFCs, water capital improvement charges, storm drainage area and GFCs, and the traffic impact fee as of the average prior 2-year January to December engineering news report, consumer or construction cost index. And that is unknown at this point in time. And that's going to be part of the discussion because the December number doesn't come out into the middle. We used an estimate for the budget, which was 6.1% or 6.01%, but it's still unknown at this time. And then adjusted twice annually by the International Code Building Valuations is the structural plan review. And that it's built into our fee resolution that is automatically adjusted. So we don't have to come back to council for that one. Other increases are the Big Rock Ball Field rental fees. The biggest increases are the adult synthetic turf fee from $44 to $64, and then the adult natural grass fee from $28 to $40. And this is not, we don't rent out to a lot of adults, so this is not going to have a super big impact on activity fees, unfortunately, but they were adjusted to reflect the rental rates of neighboring ball fields. Staff hourly rates are also adjusted annually to reflect COLAs and overhead. And then the public records fees, the descriptions were clarified. There were a few fees that were eliminated, and then there were 2 fees that were added. And that's the end of this public hearing.
Thank you, Director Mason. If we have anyone online that's attending that would like to provide public comment, please raise your hand and you'll be provided time to speak. Seeing none, we will close this public hearing and move on to our final public hearing of the night. And I'll open the public hearing for the school impact fee. Dr. Mason.
I believe that one is.
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's been a long day. Thank you, Director.
I'll be like, sure. Mayor and council and members of the audience. Yeah. Okay. So for those who've been on council, this is an annual event. We do this every year. And so the city and the district entered into an interlocal agreement that authorized the city to collect impact fees on their behalf. And we entered into that, I believe, in 1999. The district encompasses approximately 250 square miles. It includes the city of Duvall, the city of Carnation, and unincorporated King County. Currently, the district serves about 3,000 students. It includes 3 elementary schools, 1 middle school, 1 high school, and 3 alternative schools. The estimated growth for this year is about 1% and about 2% for 23 through 26. The projected improvements for the school district are a new K-5 facility, Cedar Crest High School addition, the toll modernization, major facility maintenance, technology upgrades, security upgrades, and portable classrooms. This then leads into a school impact fee that we look at every year. This year's impact fee was a little bit higher than what they're proposing for 2023. And so it is a small decrease. They are retaining the 25% discount rate. So that's why you see the city of Carnation and Duvall impact fees are a little bit more than our rural King County. And so beginning next year, a single family school impact fee would be just over $12,000 and a multifamily would be just over $8,200. So our recommendation is obviously to hold the public hearing, which we're doing now, and then at a future meeting, approve the resolution adopting the 2023 school impact fee for the Riverview School District.
Thank you. And for the last time tonight, if there's anyone attending online that would like to provide public comment, please raise your hand and we'll call on you. Seeing none, we will close the public hearing, and we do not have any unfinished business tonight, so we'll go ahead and move on to new business. First item is Agenda Bill 22-96, preliminary biennial operating and capital budget for 23 and 2024 for discussion. Director Mason.
Hi, good evening, council. Again, Dana Mason. I need to get my slideshow up one more time. Almost there. Okay, so since we just went through the presentation on the budget or the preliminary biennial operating capital budget for 2023, I just wanted to quickly go over the changes since the last presentation. So in the Fund 401 Building Fund Permit Fund, there was a school impact fee correction, and then $10,000 was added for archiving records. In Fund 102, the Transportation Benefit District, there's a grant revenue correction. The grant was in there for $400,000. That would have been wonderful, but it's only for $100,000. And then in the Equipment Replacement Fund, some 2022 vehicle replacement costs were added. Salary and wages allocations were also adjusted to reflect contributions to the Building and Permitting Fund for cost recovery and tracking purposes. So we adjusted the way we really tried hard to allocate our salaries and wages on use and how what people did for each department. So I think we did a good job of it this year. And we always do a good job, even better job. Internal service allocations were adjusted to reflect salary and wages allocations. The property tax was adjusted and that affected the general fund and the street fund because that money from new construction was significantly higher than originally estimated. Capital expenditures, we moved around what was paying for what. So ARPA funding was reallocated to the 3 facility projects, and then the REAP funding that was paying for those projects was moved to the street CIP fund for the 3rd Avenue project. The 3rd Avenue sidewalk improvement project budget was increased by $40,000, and that's being funded with a transfer from the storm drainage CIP funds. And then carryover from the sewer train project was reduced by $300,000. And then, so this, for tonight, we would just like direction or discussion from council on this, on the budget.
We'll go ahead and open this up. So I think one of the things, obviously we think that positions and strategic fund use, and I think you had ARPA up there, Dana, are the main decision point since most of the rest of the budget is baseline. So I'd like to open up the discussion and see what questions or what recommended changes council may have. And if you don't have any tonight, that's okay as well. We can put it in the spreadsheet and come back at our next meeting and discuss. Councilmember Naflin?
Yeah, there's a lot of things in the spreadsheet right now. And so I don't know if we're going to go through that in a systematic way, or do you want people to just start bringing things up? I'm just trying to understand expectations.
We could, if there's new things that are not in the spreadsheet, I think now would be a good time to add them if you'd like. Or you can put them in the spreadsheet, but at our next meeting, we'll start going over all of those items that are put in the spreadsheet.
So I guess, I mean, I don't know if they need to be, all the items need to be introduced. Some have been brought up over time. I don't know if the other council members have gone into the spreadsheet and looked at some of the items, so maybe they don't need to be introduced. I'm not really sure. There's one item that I haven't put in, that I've been mulling over. And it's really kind of a proposal slash, I just want to hear how other council members feel, and it would be, adding a position that would be, you know, somewhat of a parks and open spaces manager. And, you know, we had our ARPA discussions and just looking over survey results and community feedback. There's a very strong priority among the community for our parks, our open spaces, trees, just preserving the natural environment in our city. And I noticed in the budget that the non-crew time applied, allocated to parks was significantly reduced. And with the removal of the stormwater coordinator, you know, more time I think got shifted away possibly. I just am concerned that we don't have the bandwidth among our staff and the focused, you know, just attention on that one super important component of what we do as a city and the service we provide. And so anyway, it's in the document. There's in the spreadsheet, I put together a bit of a proposal that's new. I think I did actually update it, but it's brand new if people haven't seen it. I just gave kind of an outline. There's, you know, I think Director Thomas had mentioned that there's quite a bit of money out there for trees, urban forest plans, things like that. You know, the parks plan, we do the parks plan, who's there to champion it and implement it? There's just a lot of work that ends up being undone. And with the initiatives that I'm hearing from, you know, all the other departments, you know, if, you know, we want to pursue a city hall, we have all of this, you know, utility work that's going on, we have building remodels, there's just an intense amount of work. And I think it's, you know, reflected in the budget that there really isn't any work capacity left over to work on our parks and open spaces and preserving our natural environment here in Duvall. And it's just such an important thing. And when we talked about how we would spend ARPA money, there was a lot of discussion about, you know, we want this to be an investment in our community, in our future. And, you know, there is definitely an economic development component to our parks and open spaces. And, you know, what makes Duvall special and why people want to live here and shop here and all the wonderful things is a lot our parks and our natural environment. And so we just can't have that sit on the side for an entire budget period. And so anyway, I just want to throw that out. There's more information in the spreadsheet, but I wanted to introduce it, you know, just to make sure the public is aware of it, because, you know, it's in a spreadsheet that hasn't been, you know, put into a packet. There's another position in another city that's very similar. You know, we aren't really big enough to have a full separate department with a whole separate line of staff, but this would be, you know, kind of like a director, but not quite a director, where there would, you know, it'd be a liaison between, you know, community development planning and public works and utilizing the existing, you know, staffing that we have that does the actual crew work. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out. It's kind of a big idea. I've been mulling over it for quite some time. I feel pretty excited about it. And I think the community would really get a lot of value out of that investment. So just throwing it out there. The one thing that I was hoping if we did get, you know, support for that position is that we could try to work on an urban forest management plan. I think it's so important with all this development. If we don't start moving on that, we're going to, possibly lose even more and lose time, when we could be patient and other things that I know our community values. So putting that out there.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I totally support that. I love that idea. Parks manager, parks and open space manager, parks director. I don't know what it would be titled but what you described them doing is good. I think, especially given, that big chunk of property that we have right next to Big Rock ball fields, it's kind of timely to really be looking at, how do all of our parks and open spaces connect to each other. And again, with that survey result as well, and having over 200 people, I think it was, leave their emails that they were interested. I mean, this could be somebody who would lead up that advisory board or committee with our community on parks, because, parks is way up there at the top of everyone's list in every survey that we've ever done in the community. So I support it. I'd want to know what would need to change or how that would look in the budget. But yeah, I'm excited about that as well as a potential.
Councilmember Schaefer?
My main concern related to ARPA strategic fund is that we consider those funds primarily for long-term investment purposes. And typically that means, maybe not one time, but something that will support us, help support us economically 10 years from now. The other thing I think we're missing in the budget would be more focus on economic development in general. This would be our downtown businesses, other items that we might consider that would bring in, frankly, out of town money to Duvall and help support Duvall in that sense. Now, these things could manifest themselves in a number of different ways. One way that we briefly discussed previously would be hiring a consultant, someone that actually come in, evaluate what the strengths and weaknesses are of Duvall in an economic sense, and then make specific suggestions on where we need to focus. Another possibility is a economic manager / coordinator position. Somebody that would be either full-time or at least part-time of a position that could really focus on what our businesses need. Be very familiar with the local businesses more so than a lot of us are able to, and make specific suggestions on what would help them not only in a sense of bringing people in, but marketing Duvall as well, making sure people know that all of the great things that Duvall has available, and what many of the unique characteristics of Duvall are that would attract people as well. And frankly, making our own residents aware of that also. We like to think that most residents actually know, what's in Duvall and what's available, but that's actually not true, surprisingly. I just talked to my neighbors and I talked to them about, something, did you know this? And they didn't know that. So it's something that could attract both local and out of town business. So anyway, I would like to see more emphasis put specifically on those types of long-term investment for people.
Thank you. Any other council members?
I'm still sort of digging into some of the details just to sort of provide a little bit of feedback on sort of the two proposals. Parks and are probably the one item other than growth, and we should go hand in hand. That is a recurring theme. Obviously, we're making investment in the Parks and Open Space Plan, so I do think there's an opportunity how that ties into a Parks Commission, park committee, piece, I would be interested in terms of how it's structured, if it's an LTE position, if it's a, again, there's a lot of work there, but potentially fitting it within public works that we probably need to walk through, but it's interesting and I want to read some of the material that you provided. My other sort of comment is more around Rick's and on economic development. I think, we're in a tough place. We're growing as a city. The economics there is a lot of sort of groundwork that goes in place in terms of creating the space, creating the opportunity. I do look at some of the four new positions in terms of the communications manager, the planning manager, and the community events coordinator, and do see some overlap in roles there in terms of what I think of like community outreach, which is sort of an offshoot of some of what you've done in the past, Director Thomas, in terms of driving those. There's an opportunity in terms of even a community events to, I think one of the things we talked about, whether it was the wine walk, whether it's other things where there was a synergy between revitalizing the downtown core, sponsoring business, bringing visibility to businesses, but also as part of a community event, because there's sort of our couple of big core events we do every year. And I'm not going to say they're slack because they're long-term events that take a lot of planning, but there is capacity potentially within some of those roles to also drive some of these initiatives. So when we get into that conversation, whether it is an additional position, it is whether we tweak the job responsibilities or work with sort of the city manager in terms of redefining those roles to hit those. But I would be conscious to put a lot of investment in sort of when we're in a little bit of a downturn where we're just working against the economy. But I do think there is work that can be done during these periods of slower economic growth to sort of seed opportunities for the future. So just a couple of initial thoughts about this too.
Thank you. Councilmember Supple, did you have anything to add?
No, I'm glad to see that the focus is on plans and parks and economic development.
Great, thank you. Well, I do have some comments that I do want to share, and then I'll let Councilmember Naplin go again. So Councilmember Naplin reached out to me last week to discuss this proposal, and we had a quite lengthy meeting with City Administrator McNabb. So first off, I do want to say economic development manager has been something that we've wanted to get done for 13 years, as has community events, bringing back community events, getting an emergency planner in place, and communications. So that is on the long-term list, regardless of what happens with this budget year. Having a parks manager, someone to run the parks side of things, has been a long-term list, on the long-term list for Steve and administration. The original plan was to wait for the workload analysis and the municipal financial plan. Since we know at this point, even with the positions that are funded with ARPA in this budget, are not sustainable because we don't have the funding for them. And so the goal with administration's budget is focusing on those core priorities first, and things that we have to get done. I will say very clearly, Councilmember Mercer hit the nail on the head, and that is community events and communications really is the core focus of economic development. We're not going to get businesses in town if we don't have activities for people to do when they're here. That to me is definitely part of that low hanging fruit before we get to the point of knowing what we can afford in the future. Also just wanted to point out some of the options I did tell Councilmember Naplin to work with Administrator McNabb on identifying potential funding sources. Again, none of those positions are sustainable. We know that at this point. But one of the ideas with that parks position, besides the workload analysis, and this is not Councilmember Naplin's proposal, this is what we've discussed internally before she brought this to us, is having that workload analysis, and then the municipal financial plan, and then potentially wrapping that position or other parks positions into either parks maintenance and operations levy or parks district funding. So there's multiple sources there and options. It would be sooner than we had hoped. However, I fully support it if we can find money. Our options right now are fund balance, strategic fund, and contingency fund to fund that position. So it is desperately needed. We all know that. That's why we keep getting, we had our first parks worker added to the budget in 2018. So it hasn't been that long since we started adding positions here, and we've got 2 more in the budget this year, which is progress. But we do know that we are going to continue to need more staff. I fully support the position but not at the expense of the core things that we're not getting done now that we need to get done. That was one thing I've already shared with Councilmember Naplin. But I think that the Public Works Director would not mind having an additional employee this biennium. If it was there, my concern is just sustainability and making sure that we have that long-term financial plan. That doesn't mean, again, like some of the other LTE positions we have, that we couldn't bring it on and see how it does and see what's really needed as we get these parks online. But those are the kind of the thought processes we've been through, and a little more background on how we've brought forth these positions. Councilmember Naplin?
Yeah, I just want to say I really appreciated that time to brainstorm with you both and kind of help me hone in on what was the most important parts. And I did try to kind of list out in the file, kind of some of the activities that the, areas of focus. And there's also a position in another city that's very similar to what I had in mind. So that's kind of helpful to see how another city structured a position very similar. On your comment, Ron, about how some of the other positions do have an economic development component, it all kind of works together. To build off that, I had for a long time, I've been trying to champion that communications and economic development really are together. They, your outreach is you're outreaching to business, you're outreaching to residents. I love that you said, even some of our own residents don't know that a business is here, that they, it all goes hand in hand. And I had looked around, and the city of Snohomish, which is, somewhat similar to us, they have a little bit more economic activity than we do, but they have a position that is, communications and economic development manager, I think is what, or I think it's manager, not coordinator, but I grabbed that job description and I put it in the file so we could take a look at it. Because even though, you can say, well, all those positions have a component of economic development, I really think we need to be explicit in having certain tasks be focused on economic development. Now, would it be justifiable to have a completely separate economic development position? I don't think we're there yet. And I think for some of the reasons that you, Councilmember Mercer, that you brought up, is that, there's ebbs and flows of needs and, depending on what's going on. And so having that combined position just really excites me. And I think it's, been seen useful in other cities. So I would really like to propose that we very clearly assign economic development duties to, I think it makes sense to add it to the communications position, and, try to have some things accomplished in the next 2 years. And one of them is, as part of the comprehensive plan, there's an economic development chapter. And, I don't know how much funding we're applying to that, but could we, together with that effort, create somewhat of a plan that has some task-oriented outcomes of, strategic things that we can invest in towards economic development. And I don't know if that could happen as part of the comprehensive plan, but those are the 2 things that I'd like to see with economic development. So I don't know if Director Thomas wants to mention of what's in the comprehensive plan.
City Administrator McNabb.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Snohomish positions, actually, I took a look at them as well and are interesting. They do have what is it called? The Economic Development and Outreach Coordinator that's paired with a community services program specialist that focuses on community events. And so they do have this pairing of kind of the focus on community events, attached and adjacent to that economic development and outreach position. And so it's very clear that a lot of the jurisdictions around us, including Snoqualmie, I looked at Gig Harbor and Bainbridge and Poulsbo and Sumner to find of this mix of positions that we're talking about and are in the budget, how they all complement each other. And ultimately, I think we're in a place where, the positions all have some overlap and connectivity to each other. The one thing that I found that's kind of central to most of the jurisdictions around us is a focus on community events. Almost all, whether, let's see, I looked at Bonnie Lake, Snoqualmie, Gig Harbor, Bainbridge, Poulsbo, Sumner, Snohomish, Swim, North Bend, Newcastle. Almost all of them have at least an assigned core responsibility given to someone focusing on community events.
Director Thomas?
Just to go back to the question that Councilmember Neplin asked about, for the comprehensive plan, we would be updating our element, not our economic development plan. Those are two separate bodies of work, but we could probably add a little bit more oomph to our economic development element. But I'm not sure exactly how much, because economic development is one of the most expensive pieces of work within kind of your comprehensive planning. So we'll have to take a look. We can take a look at it.
Mayor Pro Tem McHenry?
I like the idea of combining efforts, especially when they're not sustainable for a city our size, at least right now. Hopefully we can get some of the revenue sources, but I struggle a bit with communications with economic development because, okay, this comes back to when I went to the AWC conference in Vancouver, and I'm still completely blown away by their downtown association that had one employee. And that employee, man, it had like just 5 people's worth of enthusiasm though, and organized all these volunteers. And I think about, is there a position that within the city or a new one coming on that's a smaller fraction compared to if it was just like, okay, you do communications and economic development. That's a big thing to take on in a short amount of time, because this is an LTE position for like 2 years. So I'm just wondering if there's a way to assign a liaison with the chamber and really try and leverage them and see what they're interested in doing. Because we have an incredible chamber. I don't know what space they want to lean into in terms of economic development. And if they're interested in kind of looking at some examples of like downtown associations. And I mean, there are some really crazy things that other cities have done with such a small, just one employee. And so I'm just thinking that, because it's just 2 years and it just doesn't seem like very much time for anyone to really get into it. And then to not know if it's going to even be able to be continued. I wanted to get my perspective that I think I'd rather just focus in like with that position, communication, but it might dabble in economic development. I feel a lot more of that vibe coming from community events. I'm just wondering again, if we can use this next 2 years to explore that more and find where it naturally fits. Because right now I'm sitting here thinking, okay, well, we think here's how this is going to work. And then once you get the people in, and then you see what they are naturally really good at, along with, what we've asked them to do. I don't know. I kind of want to feel it out over the next 2 years and hopefully develop it, because we're bringing a lot more back online fully than we have before. So I'm just kind of curious how it would play out with our, for example, community events person, and maybe they're the more natural fit toward economic development and trying to help facilitate some of that. But I don't know. I struggle with the 2 year thing. It just seems like a lot of time, and yet it's not. And that's probably me post-pandemic watching the years fly by and not knowing what day it is. But anyways, that's just my perspective.
To Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem McHenry's point, communications as it stands right now is probably actually about a 1.5 FTE as far as the amount of work and backlog that we have from website and other communications projects that the city doesn't have that we desperately need. But to her point on community events coordinator, that's a perfect liaison with the chamber. She mentioned AWC, which also brought up to mind, we met some fantastic consultants when we were down there that do economic development. And I would be very concerned about dedicating specific staff time to economic development without having current outside data and a plan to move forward and identify what we need to do. Those plans are actually not that expensive, but they can also help you identify, again, like the workload analysis, how much time that actually is going to need, what the reality of that position success is, we did have economic development years ago in the planning department. And I don't know that a lot was actually achieved by that hybrid position. In fact, that was one of the first positions to go in the recession. And I think there was reason behind that. But I don't know I wasn't on council at that time, so I don't know all of the details. But definitely, I think I would encourage council to think about some of those interim steps. So the 2-year LTEs are interim steps to figure out what the workload is, how it works, what we're going to, when we get the municipal financial plan, what resources we need to move those things forward over the long time, which is kind of why we have proposed kind of the incremental approach here, which is still much bigger than we proposed in the last 5 years. And I think that's really important as well, is that from the perspective of operations and the community, we don't want somebody coming in a comms position for 2 years and only getting half the work that we need done, and then having them gone, because then we're in the same place we were 2 years later. And we don't want to be there. We need to find a way to keep that forward momentum. So just encourage folks to think about that as well. And as you're contemplating all of these new positions and changes, I also want to stress that there's lots of things we need, but we can't always do them. And we also need to be able to implement positions in the way that best serves the community, and the best people to determine what that is to reach the goals of the city are really the staff that manage them. Like I'm talking about communications, that really is about a 1.5 person FTE right now, with nobody in it. So you start breaking that up, and what's the impact on the community? What's the impact on other things not getting done? And that's one of the things we've been trying to move away from as a city, is when you have the full-time work, don't parse it up with other positions and lump it, because things start to get scattered, inefficient, and end up not achieving what you want them to achieve. So it's all really important. And to be very clear, I 100%, 110% agree that every one of those positions mentioned is needed. And it's necessary for a city our size at this point. We just don't know yet how to get there and make it sustainable. Councilmember Naplin.
Yeah, one thing that I think would help me understand what components could be economic development within the positions that you are proposing is if I could see the job description and maybe the work plan.
We won't have that until we have a budget approved and go through the position review process. That said, what we can do is there's some very clear communications and community and events coordinator ties to work that is related to economic development that we can sketch out some bullets to help with. For example, communications, its website, is developing marketing materials that potentially there's money to invest in outside marketing, things like that, that are some of those tangential responsibilities that communications people often do when they get done with their standard work. So we can definitely come up with some of those bullets to help show you what that looks like.
And I'm hoping it'd be specific, like what would we expect? Like, I know you're saying, well, we won't figure that out until after the budget is approved, but for me, I don't feel comfortable approving positions unless I know what are you expecting to accomplish in a 2-year period with these positions. And I know you can't get it perfect because, that'd be hard to tell ahead of time, but at least come up with, we would expect within 2 years, these are the accomplishments of these positions.
We can do some high level,
something like that before I would feel comfortable.
We can do some high level, but just remember that when you go out and hire a new position, you don't know what the crop of people is going to be like. Prime example, when we went out for a city administrator, we wanted HR and economic development. That was a core, and all of our city administrator searches, those have been core functions. Cynthia has strong HR background, and you have to focus that work plan with that employee based on their strengths and what they can get done. But in a city our size, for some of those positions, you're not going to be able to get everything out of one person unless you get a unicorn. But, going back just a little bit, there are some, especially in communications, there's some core things that need to be done. It's communications from council, it's constituent correspondence, it's website updates. there's a lot of things that you can literally just, and I think actually Mayor Pro Tem McHenry and I did some of that work this summer or this spring, outlining some of that stuff. So I'll get that to Cynthia. But we can provide some of that, but you're not going to be able to get a full work plan until we know what the budget is, because our staff's work plans are based on the budget and our staffing levels and what's approved.
I guess I'm just thinking of the budget you have proposed, what would be the work plan of the well, the one is planning, we've kind of seen that work plan, but of the 4 positions, I'm just trying to, a day in the life of.
We can do some generalities, but it's going to be very high level because you have core standard work, but then you have all the other things that come up.
Right.
It's meetings that are unplanned. It's events that are unplanned. It's work that comes, for example, if we don't have town halls in our work plan today, but we put them in 2 months from now. That's a significant body of work, and that's dozens of hours for each town hall for a communications person. So you're probably going to get right off the bat 50% of an FTE just on the low hanging major projects. But another flip side of that, especially in communications, is you don't know how long that work's actually going to take to get done. I have a lot of experience in this arena where oftentimes you think something's going to take a few hours and it might take a few weeks, depending on what that actual issue, what that project is, and what your barriers may be. So this is unlike some of the public works work where you can estimate how much time it takes to replace a water meter. A lot of this stuff is not tangible as far as tracking the time until somebody's actually in the position. And somebody might be able to finish a task in 5 minutes, then another person takes 3 hours based on different experience and skill levels. And that the flip side can be for a different task for that person that takes 3 hours, might take 5 minutes for one person. It might take 3 hours for that other. So there's a lot of variability in this type of work that is difficult to quantify, but what you see is work product.
Yeah, and I think that we could absolutely prepare for each of the positions a set of projects that we would not only hope, but expect to be accomplished in a 2-year period.
Yeah.
When some of the difficulty is kind of how you define a work plan. How I define a work plan is a pretty detailed, specific plan that would take me about 2 weeks to prepare. Without knowing whether or not these positions are budgeted, I'm not sure that's the best use of my time, but certainly the preparation of content of a body of work that we would expect to be completed. It's, I think, an absolutely achievable bit of information that we could give.
Okay.
Well, I was just going to reiterate, I don't think, Jennifer or the rest of us would expect, any great details here, but what we do need is enough information to at least have a sense of what these positions are going to be responsible for and just importantly, what they're not going to be responsible for. Quite often I'm guilty of making assumptions, and sometimes those assumptions turn out to be incorrect. And I would, prefer to have at least enough understanding to not expect something that isn't going to happen. At the same time, I think it's, that's an opportunity for council to throw out some, ideas as well, as far as economic management or whatever that we believe should be included with that. Now, as far as economic development is concerned, if we end up not having that as a significant part of someone's responsibility, I think council needs to understand what interim steps are needed. What's going to get us there? Would that be, as I mentioned previously, would that be a consultant coming in and making specific suggestions? On what would that look like? And like I say, I don't want to just assume something's going to happen a couple of years from now. I really want a path forward to get us there as far as long-term planning is concerned.
Thank you. Councilmember Mercer.
Yeah, and I was actually, Rick sort of touched on what I was going to say, but it was really around for me It's less around the day-to-day operations, because I think that's encapsulated in the descriptions, what they're doing, what they're running, what they're responsible for. I think for me, what's helpful is, where at the end of the day, when someone asks us what we accomplished or what the city has accomplished, it really comes down to input, and to some extent that's fed by deliverables. So and they can be aspirational at this point. I mean, that's part of this process where things change, it's fluid, but if it was like you mentioned, the website, website refresh with new such and such, and then for economic development is, I don't know, engaging regular, cadence with the council or establishing that relationship. And, some of those things, I think that's the level of detail that we need.
Okay, absolutely.
Councilmember Supple.
Yes, with respect to economic development, it's been mentioned several times about the Duvall Chamber of Commerce. I think they would have a vested interest in seeing that carried out. I don't know how much synergy there is currently between the chamber and the council here, but that might be an avenue worth pursuing.
So I'm going to go out on a limb and ask a question, although we have a couple of folks absent that we'll need to follow up with. Absent receiving information, is there any strong opposition to the positions as proposed at this point, including Councilmember Naplin working with City Administrator McNabb to find a funding source for the Parks Planning Manager? Councilmember Naplin?
You're asking if we have opposition to the.
Yeah, I'm trying to gauge, besides what council's just requested, in the context of the whole budget, do we have opposition to any of these positions? Is there any disagreement that we need these roles filled at the city?
I mean, I guess I'll respond. I don't think this many positions is sustainable. And I think that a lot of the work plan that I'm hearing sounds like taking on things that would have an ongoing nature to them. And
Absolutely.
it would be very difficult to then transfer those ongoing activities once they've been transferred to a person back. And I think there's a big danger in that, in causing a lot of instability if the position couldn't continue.
Okay.
So for me, I think we need to be very careful. That's one of the reasons I was saying, maybe we can combine some positions. One or two positions is better than no positions. And we've added, if you look at this, I think from when I started council, I think we had 42 FTEs, and now we're proposing almost 60. That's an extreme amount of growth of FTEs. And yes, our city has grown, but you look at, I look at a lot of budgets and it's that same thing. I mean, just because you're growing 20% doesn't mean your staff expands 20%. There's some level of, economy of scale that you achieve, you don't need. Anyway, that aside, I think we need to look at combining some of these positions. I really haven't seen a full-time emergency manager type of a position in other cities of our size with our arrangement of amount of commercial and bedroom community component. Of course, if we had all these positions, we would do great work with them. I think it's great ideas. We could do some amazing stuff, but I just don't know that it's, for me, adding 4 more positions on top of all the positions we've added since I've been on council. It's a lot. So I don't think it's sustainable. So I really would love to see a proposal come back where we can combine some of these. A lot of emergency management is done by contract in other cities. Emergency management is all the different departments coming together with fire and working together. And I hear what you're saying. Just give me a chance. Of course, we could do more if we had all of these positions. For me, it's too much. I see work being shifted, but then would have to be moved back. It would be disruptive. I don't feel comfortable with that many positions. Okay. So I'm really looking, I don't know how everyone else feels, if we could have some kind of proposal come back where we could have an option that would combine some of these positions. So it wouldn't be quite as many, because it's too many for me.
So thank you. And in that case, kind of the condition of supporting the parks manager when we have very core functions, including public safety, that are in communication and economic development, which is community events. I cannot support knowing the workload that we have, combining any of those positions at this point, because they have been proposed multiple years. And we are not getting core work of the city done, including on the emergency management and safety side. So folks can present it and we can review it. But I'll be very clear, part of the contingency of supporting the planning position, knowing that none of these positions have sustainable funding at this point, was contingent on getting support for the core needs of our city. And if we're not going to have the core needs of the city, I won't be able to support that until we have the funding source. We can definitely bring back the information about the positions. But especially an emergency management, having been involved in emergency management for the last 15 years at multiple different levels, including helping manage multiple emergencies in this city. It's not a part-time job. It's a full-time job for the city, and the cities that don't have people full-time and that are in contract and in areas like ours at this point, very well may find themselves in a very precarious position in the not too distant future as we continue to see more serious events close to home, including the fact that we are not up to date on our L&I and safety standards in the city. That's another key component of core required work that the city is not taking care of at this point. So I'll share that. And I just want to be transparent with everyone on that. And council will decide what you decide. But there are some contingencies on being willing to support digging into more savings to add positions that we might be able to have other funding sources for in the near future. Councilor Mercer.
Yeah, I was because you sort of asked around, and I don't want it sort of just be sort of one voice in the room, although we'll have other opportunities to discuss some of this. I think, as you pointed out, there's obviously a backlog with planning, and I'm not as concerned about for all the roles. I mean, there's certain roles that I appreciate the setting them up in a way. I mean, there's risk, as you said, Jennifer, in terms of bringing on a role, integrating into a process, and then sort of taking it away. The other part of that is, there's an opportunity, not necessarily to stress test, but is there value? Are we getting ROI on the role? Do we need to change it and adjust it? So that's sort of your window. For a couple of the core roles, the planning manager, there's obviously a backlog of work that needs to get through there. That's a priority. I do think, as we've discussed, the community events coordinator, I think there's an opportunity to also engage around some of the economic development pieces at a smaller scale, both sort of in an upturn and a downturn, because there's some value in that role, even in helping the businesses if things slow down for a period of time. The communications manager, I think, that's, and how we frame that and define that. There's work around the IT piece, there's engagement with the lobbyists, there's external communication. Sort of not necessarily on the fence on that one. I understand the role, but how it's defined. The one that I raised this in another meeting, I think with public safety when we were talking, is I do see the value in the emergency response coordinator. I do think it's one of those roles, even in a 2-year, in terms of building the preparedness book and the processes. So even if in 2 years we didn't have that role and we brought in somewhere else, having those artifacts in place that we've evaluated all the buildings, we've established the points of contact with the surrounding services, we've established relationships with FEMA, we built out an emergency response book and plan. That would still be something that would be tangible benefit to the city, even if we let the role go. So that's the one I'm not as concerned about with the LTE role, because I think you literally could go through the whole process and come out with something that would then fast track anyone else who came into the role of the second point. So again, I'm looking forward to additional discussions on these topics, but that's sort of where I sit.
Thank you. City Administrator McNabb.
Yeah, I think, once I am able to put together, and I'll put together a chart of each position and kind of the deliverables I expect, each of the position would be at least tasked to deliver, and then whether or not those expectations are realistic in a 2-year cycle. As I've been here for a week, I have a huge whiteboard in my office, and every time I hear something, I put it on a whiteboard and it's almost full. whether it's an emergency management plan, our website is not ADA compliant. I think I'm on at least 15 policies, procedures, or processes that have to be updated where it is essential that these policies get updated and implemented. So I expect that the list of deliverables for each of these positions will be extensive. And so I'm looking forward to presenting that to council next time we meet.
Thank you. Councilmember Schaefer?
I think that's a great idea. I would request that you add to your list the Parks and Open Space Manager, and also, we may end up combining that, we may end up doing something else, but I'd also like to see an economic development coordinator on that list, just so we don't lose track of that possibility.
Yes, and I'm meeting with Councilmember Naplin tomorrow. We have scheduled time to actually spend some time on that Parks and Open Space Manager position and see if we can noodle it and massage it and get council something that they can look at and analyze.
Great. Thank you.
Councilmember Supple?
Yes, who do I see about getting access to some of these internal documents?
The clerk and OpenGov, you can access the entire budget online at this point as well.
I think he might be talking about our internal documents that are just through.
Like the description of the budget of the positions that we have, that you're talking about.
I've got emails to him popped out. I just didn't want to send them during the meeting, but I'll hit send as soon as we're done.
Are you talking about our existing job descriptions?
Well, no, the positions that were
So
discussion here.
there aren't
The
written
new
job
for
descriptions.
FTEs.
There aren't written job descriptions for those FTEs yet. That's a significant body of work
Yeah.
to go through before they're
But I mean,
approved.
there's something, isn't there?
Yes, and when you see some of it in the presentations and discussion, and then as City Administrator McNabb said, she's going to create some of those lists of that work that has to get done. That's right off the bat, and present that to council.
There's also in OpenGov, there is a story that is Director Mason, I think it's called
Position justification.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at it.
All right. Are there other items in the budget that you guys want to discuss tonight, or would you like to put your questions in the spreadsheet and have us come back and have a super session?
I'd like to come back to it, given what we have left on the agenda.
Perfect. Yeah, it's getting kind of late already. Everybody in concurrence? All right. All right, we will move on to Agenda Bill 22-97, resolution adopting revised consolidated fee schedule. Director Mason.
Hi again, Council Director Mason. So this is just for discussion. We went through the PowerPoint for the changes to the fee schedule earlier this evening. So I'm just going to share my screen in one smooth, fluid moment. Okay, moving. All right, so there's two discussions that we like to have tonight about the fee schedule. One is engineering news record construction cost index. As I mentioned earlier, the city uses a 2-year average of the January to December ENR CCI as this inflator for impact fees and general facility charges. That inflator, the December inflator, is not available until mid-December. So last year, we actually adopted our fee resolution in January. It worked out fine because there was just like one day, but staff is proposing using the average 2-year October to November ENR CCI, because eventually it will just average out, and that number is already out. So that would be 6.2 at this point in time. So it's slightly higher than the estimated 6.02. So actually, I think it's the November to October. I got those 2 months mixed up. It's the November to October. But right now that would be 6.2%. So it's a little bit higher than estimated, but we don't know what it would look like in December. Are there any questions, or does anyone have any objections to using that?
Councilmember Schaefer.
No objection, just to be clear. The 6.2% would allow us to increase our general facility charges accordingly. Is that correct, Director?
Yeah, so right now we increase the general facility charges and the impact fees by the ENR CCI. It's the January to December. So we have to wait to find out what that number is until mid-December. And then we would do another fee schedule. We would basically just update it with the most, the current percentage. If council decided to change it to the November to October, then we know that number right now. It's 6.21%. And then the fee schedule would be updated to reflect that percentage. And we would present it again on November 15th using that amount.
Right, and we would expect little of any difference using the the data available mid-December than what.
Yeah.
Already for October, November, is that right?
Right, it most likely it won't be that much of a difference, and over time it would even out.
Yeah, right. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council? All right, so should we bring this back at the next eligible meeting for adoption?
Yep. And then we have one more question for the fee resolution. This is the utility rates discussion that council started last week at the COW. And let me stop sharing. Director Leniszewski, would you like me to bring up your PowerPoint presentation?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, citizens, Steve Leniszewski. Yes, please, my laptop died.
Okay.
It lasted an hour and 32 minutes. So yeah, that'd be great, yeah.
All right.
And while she's warming, oh, look at her, she's ready. Quick as a hiccup. So we had some questions and discussion at the last meeting relative to the utility rates that are charged on the monthly basis for consumption from utility users. I'm going to go from bottom to top here because I think we kind of tossed by the wayside. Storm fund is pretty tight. It operates on a pretty razor thin margin. Water fund, it's a little tighter than sewer. We do show operational surpluses in both of the years, not by much. Capital projects had some deficits based on some transfers and or use, and then a little surplus, and that does not include ending fund balances. Excuse me. So that was a little tighter. And then as we looked at the sewer funds, so for both water and sewer, we looked at the operational costs over the term, not only the 2-year budget, but taking into account how things look in our 10-year plans that we just repurposed in late 2021 for both sewer and water. So we have 10-year plans looking at the operational side, 10-year plans looking at the capital side. We actually were able to correspond with FCS Group. Tagi Aker, if you remember him, was our project manager on rates. He kindly gave us 25 minutes yesterday, I guess, was that Monday, to kind of go over some thoughts and try to, how do we explain, how do we show, how can we make it understood? So operationally, right, he in his plans said, hey, an average of 2.5% is probably a good place to start. Obviously, even he acknowledged in our discussion, nobody planned for a inflationary period like we have. Tough to ride out. Hopefully it ends sooner than later. That was a slide from the meeting prior. That's right there. So we tried to, again, be reasonable. Yes, we see some surplus. We have to be solvent in our utility funds. If something happens, the fees, whether they're connection charges for capital and or rates for operations, they must pay and float the bill. So we did have the original CPIU 2-year average for 2023 programmed at 7.81. And then we do have to estimate 2024 because we don't have that yet at 6.48. So we ran a few scenarios. We put 4 scenarios together, try to put a few pro and cons together. I'm showing my age. I used to be able to see anything and everything, and as the day went on, I'm like, "Oh, I can barely read that." So you have 4 kind of options with some pro and cons. Option 1 is go as is. You should see the green line is 23, the yellow line is estimated 24. Then you have your total for the 2-year term in bold. That would be revenue related to a change in any of those rates. So I'm going to scoot a little forward. I apologize to make anybody feel weird. The 6.7 million over the 2-year term, just for sewer revenue, is expected if you had the regular resolution enacted, which would put us from the far right bottom, 8164 as our current rate today for monthly sewer consumption, and it would put it at 8804.
Oh, sorry.
You're fine. No, go back. You're fine.
Okay,
Yeah, because the bottom right is current, because we would have 0. I didn't put any in there for 2%. So again, this all pros and cons follows the resolution. It is in line with the rate methodology that we prescribed with the SCS group. Revenues would match kind of those consumable expenditures that are rising. Obviously, we have a budget and we try to estimate to the best of our abilities, but all plans, 10-year plans that are now 2 years old, last year's plan for the budget, right? We are estimating everything, whether it's actual engineering costs that go into the plan to help create some of the estimates. You know, the numerator is estimated as well as the denominator. So it all is, no matter how good we are, at some point when we get a bid in our hand, it is real. So it is what it is. And everything we do relative to the utility funds has a general fund impact, right? The general fund charges utilities 10% utility tax. So everything that goes down obviously reflects down, and we want to make sure that was made aware. So the cons, of course, of keeping it as is, the residents, further hit with inflationary adjustments, which are real. They are not small, and it is a fact. This could create more ending fund balance depending on how much we actually spend versus what we said we spend, and how much we receive versus what we receive. Because I think, truth be told, right, we relatively conservatively estimate our revenues. Because you estimate too high and you run out, you're in trouble. So we try to be as accurate as we can, but yet knowing we probably, and I think it's proven in this year's revenues, what we said we bring in, we are bringing in plus, right, Dan?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so option 2, next slide. We said, okay, we're at 7.8, and we talked about a 2.5 because that's what Tagi had in that little presentation. What if we had a 5%? So you can see we're down 172,000 over the 2-year period. So that's 17,000 to the general fund, which is already kind of plugged in. And your monthly is 8572. Pros, a little more in line and closer to the resolution that's presented. It's still above the methodology, which was estimated, but it's the fact that it was above what SCS kind of thought. Revenues would at least more closely match consumable expenditures, and residents would still hopefully approve or hopefully appreciate a slight reduction. So cons, residents are still hit with inflation over and above 0 or minimum. That does disrupt some of the forecasted revenues, so we have to pay attention to. Again, the future deficit, we want to make sure we're always doing our job, that it may affect that, right? If we erode some of that. We talked to Tagi too. We do have some planned borrowing, although right now it's not clear we need it all, but you do have to have, even if it sounds odd, you have to have strong funds to be eligible to borrow. So we have to be mindful of some ratios. Again, it would lower the general fund a little bit. And then I tried hard to make a table, but it wasn't working. But compounding reduction in revenues over the long term. And I know Councilmember Isaacson isn't here, and it is, hey, if you have the need, then okay, but like just to collect it for the sake of collecting isn't a good idea. So we won't argue that, but again, everything is built on a guess. And then I think anything we do over the resolution, we would want to make sure we're tracking projects fairly diligently. If we have a $1.8 million estimate for the total 2 replacement and it comes in at 1.1, we're going to feel really good about reducing anything. it goes the flip side too. I know I was called to the carpet on a $166,000 water main project, which cost 426 or whatever it was, right? So it goes both ways on averages. It's tough game, and it is excruciating sometimes. Option 3, you can see this is 2.5, and all the numbers too have a 2% growth element in there. So it's not on the rate, it's on the amount of people paying the monthly bills. So we are estimating growth without a fee increase, just on new people coming to connect. So that is new too. I'll kind of skip most of these. I think the bottom line is it gets harder to catch up in the future if you need to catch up. And that's just evident as you go down. And I don't know if I put it on here in option 4, but I think the expectation may be harder to overcome in years down the road. Like, oh, you had 0 last year. How can you go to 6.48 next year? Because we did budget all of the numbers in this. We're looking at 2023 only, since we're only setting the rate for the year ahead. So the number deltas are relative to 23 only, because 24 we still expect a 6.48, but it is built on a reduction in the year prior, right? So all those numbers are a little reduced, even though we kept the same rate. What did I miss, Dana?
No, you did a fantastic job. I don't think you missed anything, Steve.
That font I can see.
Questions from council on that? Councilmember Schaefer.
First, I appreciate you presenting different options, Steve. That was very, very helpful. From my understanding, and the pros and cons associated with each one. The thing that concerns me most is options 2, 3, and 4 is extracting from the general fund, digging ourselves a little bit deeper, and as you so well pointed out, that gets compounded over time. Most of us understand compounded interest, and it adds up to a really big deal over time. Same with this. So I'm actually not a fan of those 3 options. At this point, I really prefer option 1, even though that is the biggest hit to our residents. But on the other hand, I don't want us to get into a financial situation X years down the road where we would find the city, frankly, in trouble. That's not a good service to our residents.
On that point too, just to give kudos, right? You have a new administrator here jumping right in, and you have 2 type A mathematician green folks staring at this spreadsheet. And I said, hey, we should get something in here just to give us a little insight, because we were like super nerding out on numbers and hey, what do you think? And that's where the kind of the options and maybe, some of those other elements that are, call her a generalist, not a detailerist like, some of us. So it was helpful to have a new set of eyes and different ideas to come in. So.
Councilmember Mercer.
Yeah, I sort of just had 2 thoughts. I think one is, it's always, and we've had some discussion in council on this, and it's always where there's an opportunity, and I know there's sort of a mix, sort of a split a little bit on council to be cognizant of the pain in the community or the stress, and sort of do something to give back when we can do it. I think the flip side of that argument, or sort of viewing it from both sides, is no one would have thought we would have gone from 0% to 7.8%, or that we would have gone kind of in this inversion. So things can come out of left field that aren't planned for. And I think to your point, Rick, it's even if it seems like a short period of time, the ability to catch up. The other thing I'm really cognizant or conscious of is, we've seen this in other things. It's very hard to give something back and then come back and take it away again. So, if we were to make any type of adjustment, I think the most I would feel comfortable is sort of that first option. The moment you start to get farther, it's a bit of whiplash in terms of, boy, to your point, why is it nothing and then 6? It's really, you just postpone the pain. I'd much rather something that, either it was And obviously, this is just a 2-year biennium, so we can only work it that way, but that it's spread out over a longer glide path. In terms of, or that we do something, that's where the communication piece comes in, because that's the other side of it, is if it's too small, does someone really notice it? Without the communication in terms of how that, to communicate that back to the residents. So I think we just really need to be conscious of finding that balance if we do make a change. I'm always going to sort of err on the side of the conservation of having too much in the bank to some extent. I think the other thing that's come up as well in the council is, we have the revenue coming in today and we may not have it down the road. So there's a lot of mixed conversations we have. Makes sense now, doesn't make sense later. We have money now, but we may not have money later. And I think it's finding that balance is what we decided to do. Budget. So,
Thank you. Councilmember Naplin? Oh, sorry.
Just a quick question for Dana. When does the rate schedule need to be set?
Well, we
By the
can,
new year?
it would be by the new year, yeah, for most of our fees. Last year, like I said, last year we did do it in January because of this very reason.
But a goal is obviously the new year. So, and I think I heard Councilmember Mercer say maybe the option 2 is like 5%.
Option 2 is 5%. Do you want me to bring it back?
I don't know
Sharon?
that, well, no, I'm trying to, I think that's what he was pulling out. I was just.
I'm sorry, I said option 1, but it's really deviating from what has been proposed.
And on that point too, I know Councilmember Naplin has, of course, thoughts, and Councilmember Supple, but we do have a bid opening plan, right? And again, to see how contracts come in, if we have an estimate of 6.8, right, is how we built our model. And let's say the bid opening is 5.0, right? Maybe we feel comfortable in not doing as much. Like, so I think we have some time. I don't want to, give anything a stay of execution that isn't supported by all anyway, but we may have a little bit of time to see what's under the hood, because we have a large bid coming in whatever that is, a month and 2 weeks, right? So you might have opportunity to really know, do we or don't. Anyway.
Thank you. Councilmember Naplin?
I think we're missing a super critical component, and that is that FCS projected forward a huge surplus, and that is not reflected in what's been presented. And even FCS said, even at the 2.5%, you really are going to need to, look at this, that there's a huge surplus. And so and the other thing is that capital funds, the revenue that feeds capital funds is going up by the full inflationary amount. And that is what provides the money to do the projects. And so for me, you really have to look at the operating fund, and the operating fund, if you peel away the capital amount that's being pulled out of the operating fund, if you contain that in the operating fund, there is a huge surplus, and we have huge fund balances. And for me, I cannot in good conscience look at the tax revenue that we get to peel off of this and have any level of relevance to whether we raise utility rates, because the utilities are supposed to be an enterprise fund, totally self-contained, and you only raise the rates when you need the money to operate it. And so, yes, it's great that we get to peel off 10% tax, but that should be irrelevant in our decision of whether we raise rates. Raising rates should be based on whether the utility needs the money, not whether the general fund wants to tax the money. So it just, I can't with good conscience tell my constituents that we don't really need a 7% increase, but we really want to tax you on the bigger amount so that we can take it in the general fund and spend it on whatever we want. That makes me feel yucky. So I appreciate that you laid it out to make us aware that there would be a decrease in revenue in the general fund. But for me, that is not something that should weigh in to whether we raise utility rates. Utility rates should be based on whether the utility needs the money. And in my opinion, and I don't think it's just my opinion, even FCS, we have huge balances. And looking at whether the capital fund runs at a deficit or not doesn't make sense to me because you're doing giant projects. There's huge swings. So one year you have a big project, the next year you don't. Looking at the fund balance and wondering if you have a deficit in a capital fund just doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, one year you have $10 million worth of projects, the next year you have none. Does that mean that one year versus the other, you have more stability or not? It's just how a capital fund. So really we need to look at the operating fund, determine if we have way too much revenue than we need. And I think if you look at the projections, we don't need that much revenue. It's not justified, in my opinion, to give that much of a rate increase, especially the sewer fund. I mean, we have probably going to have at least well over $1 million if you peel out the capital of operating revenue in the sewer fund, once you peel off the transfer to the capital fund. And the entire point of the GFC program, the general facility charge, is that almost half of that amount that we are getting from all of these new construction buildings is to reimburse the ratepayer. It could reimburse the operating account for all of the money that us ratepayers have been paying to build and support the utility. And I feel so strongly about this, that I just couldn't in good conscience, after reviewing the numbers. I read through every page of that report of the financial review that we got from our consultants. And even they saw that we were building up gigantic surpluses. So I put in the folder the quote from FCS where they acknowledged, you may not need even the 2.5% because such huge amounts were building up. And once again, just a reminder, the capital money that comes from new construction, that is increased by inflation. And that is what's paying for the capital projects that are really being impacted by inflation. So those will be protected. All of that capital money is protected and inflation adjusted. Anyway.
So we are past 9:30, so we need a motion to extend before we have any further discussion. All right, we have a motion and a second to extend the council meeting. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. And I just do want to make a quick note. The reason general fund dollars are in that is because that's what goes to the general fund. And it's important that we're transparent to show the impacts to all the funds.
Agreed.
So whether or not whatever changes may be made to that fee structure will impact the general fund. And so it's important for Director Laniszewski to share that with the group and the public, that's the way our system operates. And so there is that impact. Did Councilor or Mayor Pro Tem Henry or Councilmember Stuffle want to speak to this? Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, two things. One is I was just curious if there was a response to Jennifer's comments. And then my second question was to ask Councilmember Naplin if any of the presented options then worked for you, if you were saying that none of those addressed what you were saying.
For me, I'd be fine with the 2.5%. I mean, honestly, sewer could go to 0, but I think 2.5% is what FCS projected. It projected huge surpluses. I think the surpluses that we already have could easily absorb the inflationary increase in the operating fund. 2.5% would create this steady increase. It's a percent that's approximated to what we've been experiencing in the past. I think it would be shocking. I mean, we have to think about this. We have businesses that use a lot of utilities, and this is going to impact their bottom line. I mean, this impacts a lot of people. It might seem, oh, what's 7%? It builds. And so I would say the 2.5% is something I would, where the increase would be 2.5%. So option 3, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
3. I think it was option 3.
Thirdly, really quick, I'll just say that I appreciated Councilmember Mercer's comments. I also tend to be the more gradual, less shock and awe type thing. I always think of like if you own a condo in an HOA, okay, your monthly fees or dues are one thing, but nobody wants an assessment because that's really rough to have to pay that chunk of cash. However, again, going back to Councilmember Naplin's comments, I think it'd be really important to address that.
Councilmember Stuffle and then City Administrator.
Yeah, if I understood the chart correctly, option 1 is just a straight increase in utility fees of 7%, and then
it follows the CPI and that.
Okay,
the 2-year average. So yes.
And then options 2, 3, and 4 take money from other funds to No,
Just reduce the amount that is currently adopted by resolution to collect. So we just don't collect the full amount in some way, shape or form, right? It's full amount or reduced, further reduced or not. That's what those four were at, only for the monthly sewer bill.
and did the 2% cover the expected cut?
Currently, we do have a surplus in operations again, but there's a different amount of funding. I don't know if Dana has it handy, but the ending fund balance, which is the unallocated for funds that pay for ebbs and flows in activities. And again, I don't want to pay any more than, personally I have to as well. I have a lot of hesitation. Things cost a lot. I will know more, right? We lost a pump. Time before it cost us 24,000. Last month was 46. We just lost the mixer. Last time it was 9,000. I don't have the bill yet for that rebuild, right? So again, we pay for a lot of ongoing operations that do cost money. No discrediting that there is a surplus available, but again, we have to operate a business that is, solvent and doing what it's supposed to do. We have a lot of requirements, so I'm sure we could take a brief, reduction, but it is what it is. We have reasons, we have those plans in place. We plan for the worst, expecting the best, right? We have a goal and a target, and then the goal and target is the money in to be more than the money out in a fair and reasonable amount. So, again, Tagi is not under contract. He's not obligated to talk to us at all. He was very concerned. I know he has a quote or whatever in a previous presentation, but he thought it was very strong to do our best to maintain those revenues, because again, you don't know what the year ahead looks like. It's all
So what happens if the funds fall short? Then
you have any fund balance right now. You have to, again, watch and how that's going to augment expenses in the near future. You could enact an adjustment at any time the council wanted or needed to, right? It's not like you get one bite at the apple, but people don't generally like their fees to change once they change once, right?
So you don't want to see rates
Essentially,
changes a couple times a month, a year.
Essentially, the risk is a bigger rate increase than necessary at a later date.
Yeah.
Creating bigger jumps in people's budget challenges rather than the incremental. City Administrator McNabb.
I'm wondering if it might be helpful to invite FCS, is that the acronym am I using, to a future meeting to explain the difference between the operating costs and the capital costs in this fund and how they are interconnected with each other.
Yeah, and I think it would be helpful if we can hire them to come to a meeting as well to describe the difference between that quote when the plan was created and the current market conditions and expectations that they're seeing.
All right, we can certainly see if they're available.
That'd be great. Yeah, I think that would help my understanding as well.
Right, thank you. All right.
Was that it for the rates, Dan?
Pardon me?
Was that it for all of your rates?
That was it for the rates. Those were the two decisions or things that we wanted to discuss with council. So.
All right, we'll move on to our next item of business, Agenda Bill 22-98, resolution setting the Riverview School District impact fee.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Laura Thomas, Community Development Department. Earlier this evening, we held a public hearing for the 2023 Riverview School District school impact fee. In your agenda packet, you have the draft resolution. You have the school district's capital facility plan for 2022 through 2028. You also have the DNS and the SEPA checklist and the public hearing notice and the presentation that they gave, I believe, just over 4 weeks ago. And so at this point, I think it would be appropriate to have discussion about the school impact fee. If there are any questions they need to bring back to the district. If there are no additional questions, then we could schedule it for the next council meeting for approval. I did get an email today from a council member for a question related to their costs for their projects. And so I'm not sure if that council member will bring it up, but it certainly is a great opportunity to. Thank you.
Questions, discussion? Councilmember Nachman?
Yeah, the question was from me. What I noticed, when you calculate the impact fee, you make, you basically use a cost estimate of how much it would cost to provide the additional capacity, expand the high school, expand, build a brand new elementary school. And then you put it through this calculation of how many students you expect and all of this stuff, and you come out with an impact fee. What I noticed when I looked at this plan, and I went back and looked at some 2019 numbers, is that they had the exact same construction cost for the elementary school, the high school expansion, and other capital costs as they are using in this plan. And it completely puzzled me, and the impact fee is actually going down just from kind of an anomaly a little bit on the student generation rates. But I thought, how could it be going down, right? I mean, costs have gone up, construction costs, how could, so I dug in, and that's when I noticed they were using the exact same numbers for the cost for the facility. So for me, I felt concerned that we were under collecting because they weren't adjusting for increased construction costs. So I sent an email, and the response I got back was, well, in 2019, we had put in some level of inflation because we knew that the bond, we were going to ask for the bond and it wouldn't get constructed for a few years anyway, or something like that. I don't want to quote her exactly. I can forward the email. And anyway, but she acknowledged that, you know, whatever inflation adjustment assumption that they had put in, it certainly isn't as much as the actual inflation we've experienced. So I don't know how we would want to pursue this, but this is the chance for growth to pay for growth. This is it. If you look at how many permits, what, 200 in a year? We do not want to shortchange our school district the money to pay for these schools, because if they don't get the money in impact fees, it's all going to fall on all of us who are living here, who are going to have to pay for the new school. And even if they adjust it, the impact fee that whole program, it doesn't pan out. We're still going to be on the hook for a huge bond. But I would like to reduce the amount that we are on the hook for with a bond by adequately collecting from these permits that are going out for all of these new homes that are going to bring children and go to our schools. So anyway, I don't know how everyone else feels, but I'd like to pursue it potentially a little bit more and say, you know, is that something that they could update to adjust for inflation? Because reality is, I'm sure, much, much, much higher than any, you know, projection that they had dreamed of back in 2019. And even so, even if that's the case, and you're allowed to project forward a few years to when you think the bond would pass, well, then why don't we start from today's cost and what is it going to be in 2024? So anyway, that's what I had to share.
Thank you. Director Thomas, we went through this a few years ago. You know, correct me, I had to step out from it to use the restroom. The school district has already approved these impact fees, their board, correct?
The board did approve them, I believe at the end of June.
And what authority, and this might be a question for City Attorney Kenny, what authority does the city of Duvall as a pass-through have to change the impact fees that were approved by a separate governing body?
So I would have to look at that. I don't believe you can. I think we're a conduit for those fees, but I can look into that and get back to the council and mayor.
Okay, thank you. We'd had this discussion before. In fact, there was a committee that went to the school district and worked with the school district to change how impact fees were structured. And that was only by voluntary of the school district. The school board had to take that vote to make that happen. So I just want to clarify it because we've got almost all new members here. So before we dive deep in the weeds about choosing whether or not we change another taxing district's elected body's decision, that we have all of that information on the table. Thank you, Councilmember Schaefer.
I certainly, you know, I was surprised to see that went down. I was trying to, I didn't dig into the detail that Jennifer did, but I was trying to rationalize that in my own mind. It certainly can't be because inflation went in our favor. That's absolutely not the case. It can't be because the student population is overall going down. That's not the case. To me, it makes absolutely no sense at all why that went down. I have a difficult time understanding why the school board would have done that. I'm not saying we should, I don't know, try to overturn it, but I certainly think we should question it and take it back to them and, you know, ask for a better explanation. If their explanation is, well, we didn't account for, you know, the increase in inflation that we've seen, well, you know, redo it for Pete's sakes. You know, put some more percentage points on there. That's not rocket science. So I think it's worth, you know, I think it's worth questioning. And the issue that we face, if it's too low, is exactly what Jennifer said. Then instead of growth paying for growth, we have our residents paying for growth, and we don't want that to happen.
I would certainly agree. We don't want that to happen, but we just are a pass.
I don't want to pass.
Yeah, so it's the city of Duvall has nothing.
Let's ask the question. Let's ask the
Mayor Pro Tem?
I was just gonna say, since Councilmember Naplin had reached out to them, I think, I'm just wondering if our city administrator could follow up, and if all of council also wants the answer to that question. It sounds like they sort of already answered it, but maybe if it came from the whole council, it might,
not a very satisfying answer.
No. It's not.
just that we're a little
Yes.
concerned about it.
Yes, I am in receipt of the email chain and I will follow up on it.
Great, thank you. Any further discussion or questions? Oh, Councilmember Naplin?
Yeah, I just want to mention that, of course, we can't change the impact fee. What my request was is that I was curious if others felt concerned and wanted to go back and inquire deeper about that. And the other thing is, the calculation includes the cost of construction. And so if their cost of construction, we aren't saying change the calculation. We're just saying, we noticed you didn't update to an accurate value or construction estimate. We aren't changing their formula. We're just saying there's an input to your formula that we feel uncomfortable with because it doesn't look like it's been adjusted for inflation. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. All right, moving on to Agenda Bill 22-99, ordinance adopting ad valorem property tax levy rate for 2023. Director Mason.
Hello again, Council, Mayor. So we had the public hearing on the property tax ordinance, and there's two questions or two things that we would like to discuss to see how you would like to move forward, just because this resolution or this ordinance needs to be adopted and brought forth to King County at the end of this month. I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen. So we talked about the corrected levy basis, and first I want to know if there's any questions about that. Is there anything that, does anybody have any questions, or did I not explain anything well about the corrected levy?
Councilmember Schaefer.
Again, not really a question. I apologize. I just want to make sure that you know, we're all clear on kind of the you know, the nomenclature we're using. The corrected levy, my understanding is that we're talking about a correction going forward. And on the other hand, the re-levy that we were talking about, which we've already made a decision on, was you know, the possibility of collecting incorrect levy that was too low over the past few years. Now we've already decided on that, so that's not up for debate. But the really what we're talking about here is the corrected levy moving forward. Is that correct, Director?
Right, absolutely. You've got it right. So the council already voted not to take that 400, it was $45,000 plus, and re-levy it from the past 3 years. So now King County is moving forward and saying, hey, this is your corrected levy with that additional, I think it was $61,000. Council can choose to levy as much as they want to. We could levy $70,000 if we thought that that was all we needed, or the city could. But of course, we want to levy as much as possible because we need the money. But so we can, I know that some council members felt, or there was an agreement possibly that the intent of the property tax was captured with the original levy, not the corrected levy. And so the question is, do we want to take the corrected levy and use that additional money for IT improvements? Because that's all it could be used for. It's restricted in use because we're already covering our full-time school resource officer, and we're already covering our Big Rock ballpark debts. So do we want to take the corrected levy or the uncorrected levy, going just like the mistake never happened, we never heard about it, we're just moving forth? And then the second question is, would council like to levy the allowable 1% increase that's allowed by law? Are you still there?
Yep.
Yeah.
Thought I lost everybody.
Councilmember Naplin?
Oh, were you still responding?
No, she's there.
Well,
Yeah.
another
Yeah.
question / statement. It's my understanding too, that the taxpayers, that we approved this back, I don't know, some number of years ago. So it's not something that wasn't considered and approved by the taxpayers. Is that a correct statement?
So the taxpayers voted on the levy, and the levy was written in a way that possibly could have been, it was written in a way, I don't, it's hard for me to say without, saying a bias, but it was written in a way that could be confusing. Even King County was confused and levied a very specific amount, which is what we thought we were getting. And then this in April, they decided, they were like, oh my gosh, this is the amount that was put down. And it's the agenda bill for the levy correction is in your packet. Sorry, I should have pulled those numbers out, but they said, so we miscalculated, we read this wrong, and this is actually the amount you can levy every year. So the levy for 2022 has that correction on there. We don't have to, the city doesn't have to levy it, but we can if we want to. And if the city does, or if council wants to, and if council wants to, that would be restricted, that additional money would be restricted and used for IT improvements.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Naplin?
Yeah, so there's quite a few different layers here that make me feel uncomfortable with going with the corrected amount. First of all, I had asked this question when this was on the ballot, and what was explained to me is that the levy amount was a flat amount, and as we added new homes, my portion would go down because more people would be paying in to provide the $339,000 a year or whatever. But the levy would always stay the same amount, just more people would be paying in each year. So your amount would go down. So what we discovered several years ago is that behind the scenes, the levy had been growing by the 1% in new construction. So it wasn't 339 anymore. It was, like 370,000. So it had been growing over time, which was really in contradiction to what the community had been told, kind of what the marketing materials had looked like. But when you looked at the technical wording of some of the things, you were like, oh, it kind of does say it might grow by the statutory allowed amount, which is the 1% in the new construction. So there was a lot of mixed messages at the time. And even in the resolution that council passed to put this on the ballot, it contradicts itself and it explains it two different ways that are not compatible. I mean, clearly there was some confusion. And so what King County is going off is the wording, the technical wording in the details of the ballot measure. Now, while legally you could say, well, this is what people passed, that's not necessarily what council thought was happening. It's not what staff thought was happening, and it's not what the community thought would happen. The community thought that it would remain a flat amount. And I even have an email that our finance director wrote to King County way back when we were trying to sort this out, when we realized it's growing, it's been growing, we didn't intend it to grow. And she says here to King County, I was under the understanding that the amount was designed to be a fixed dollar amount that does not change. The piece that changes is more new construction becomes part of the city of Duvall's assessed value, that the levy rate would decrease to the 339,000. So that the rate would come down so that the only amount collected was the 339. So this is our finance director. So imagine if this is what our finance director believes, what she'd been telling or what had been told to the community during the advertise, while they were promoting this levy. So in my opinion, okay, so if you look here, they were expecting it would be stuck at 339. That's how much would be collected right now. I'm just curious, Director Mason, of the uncorrected amount, just what we would have been collecting this year without this fix that King County is trying to put. How much are we projected to collect for this levy this year, even without the extra amount?
Without the extra amount, is my screen up? Or
Yeah, but
you're
I'm
talking
looking
about
for the lid lift. The
Oh,
lid
I'm
lift
so
portion.
sorry. Yes, that is in the agenda bill. That amount's in the agenda bill.
I think it might be
believe.
something like 400.
It is over $400,000 right now.
Yeah. So we've already increased it way more than what, in my opinion, and not just my opinion, of what had been presented to council and even what the finance director had thought was going to happen. And so, to increase it even more, the justification of we need the money, in my opinion, for my conscience, isn't enough to counteract the fact that this really isn't what had been described to the community. And we're already collecting way more than we even described to the community. So to go even further, if we need more money, we can go ask for more money and the voters can decide. And in this case, I would say no. We should not take the higher corrected amount, which even they were confused about. So imagine the taxpayer.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Let's see. So Jennifer, I think you were primarily commenting on the use of corrected levy as basis for 2023 property tax or uncorrected, and I think you support the
uncorrected.
Uncorrected, you're right.
Yeah.
And what about the levy, the 1%?
Well, she's just showing the impact of the 1%, whether we use the corrected or uncorrected. So if we use the uncorrected, the 1% would just be the uncorrected amount, the value of the 1%.
Right.
That's not really a decision factor. It's just a result of choosing the uncorrected.
Well, there's two, if I may, sorry, there's two decision council needs to make. One, does council want to go with the uncorrected levy or the corrected? The other is council interested in the 1% increase, maximum increase to levy the 1%?
And I'm supportive of levying the 1%, just doing what we always do every year, because I think our costs are increasing. So if that's what you were asking of whether I support the 1%, I do support the 1%. I just think
that was
on the uncorrected amount.
So I'm going to ask a question, since the easy one is the levy allowable 1%, corrected versus uncorrected. It's a minuscule difference of $600. Does anyone oppose taking the 1% allowable before we get into the more discussion on the corrected versus uncorrected? Okay, so we have consensus on that. So going back to Councilmember Naplin's point, are you ready to make a decision tonight on whether or not you prefer to go with the corrected or uncorrected on the main levy?
When do we need to make a decision?
Just have discussion.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's just discussion.
Yes.
The decision must be made by November 15th because King County requires that the property tax decision be filed with King County by November 30th.
Okay, well, not to delay things even more, but I would like to wait till the next council meeting. The background that Jennifer just brought up, I wasn't completely aware of. So that's new information to me. I want to make sure I understand that and do that.
And I would also recommend, I was the only person on council at that time, but Councilmember Brednicki was very involved in that process, former Councilmember Brednicki. So I would encourage folks to also reach out with her historical context and her much more in-depth involvement with that levy process.
Being excused to Colorado.
Yeah, thank you. All right, then we'll go ahead and move on to Agenda Bill 22-93, 142nd Place Sidewalk Construction Improvement Contract. Project contract. Director Lynch.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council staff, anybody remaining as a citizen. Steve Lynchevsky, Public Works. Like I said, I do have a non-functioning laptop, so I'm staring at my telephone here. This was on consent. The questions today that have arisen, and I think I might just run through those. If that's something around.
Yeah.
Okay. So on the 142nd Street project, it is in your packet. We did have a great and reasonable bid. Thank you, Dana, for pulling up a quick Q&A. I threw my notes together in a Word document before my computer died. So the project itself, it's under engineer's estimate. We had a very competitive bid process. You can leave it up, Dana. It's okay.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry.
So that the project itself, the contractor checked out. That's all good to go. Some of the lingering questions today, just specific. This had not gone to committee recently. The project had in the longer past, just on its what it is, what it was, where it was going. We talked about realignment and correcting some of the deficiencies on the 278 side with the intersections itself. So those activities have been incorporated. Curb gutter, sidewalk, park strip. This is an LID component required project because of the grant type we had. So there are bioswales that are like a ditch, but they have water quality treatment plants within them. So that is a complement and a requirement of the project. But so yes, we haven't talked about it recently. Parallel parking slots next to the ditch. So there is curb gutter, sidewalk. It's a 7-foot park strip. We do have every stall. So that, as you can see, the kind of demarcation there, bottom left, every stall in between two stalls is a walkway, a concrete walkway over, and again, relative to the sidewalk that is 5 feet away with the swale. So we did make accommodations to get folks through. There's a little pipe culvert in there that gets you to and through off the road and onto the park walking way area. Sorry.
Those are the little green.
Yeah, the little green pads highlighted. They're 4 feet wide concrete over the swale, getting you onto the sidewalk because there's a landscape strip like it would be a landscape strip. It is a bioswale. Yeah, so that's kind of 2 and 3 kind of the same. I put a section in there to show 11-foot travel lane. There's a little more than 10 feet right now. And then the 7-foot park strip adjacent to the curb line. Existing trees. The great news is almost all the trees, except for one that might share some space, are on private property. So we're not taking any of those down. There is one that Anna, who is not only the project, our regular on-call arborist, recommended we pull one off. It's kind of leaning, it's over towards the corner on the more westerly side of the project. So that'll come down. It's tree number 153. She had a couple of notes on other trees that weren't of any quantity that is, what do you call it? DBH.
Significant. Can I just add one thing to, we had the offsite trees evaluated too for another reason, is we weren't sure what their health was, and they're not in great health. So we wanted to document that we weren't damaging them as well.
Yeah. So that was done.
Ben has a comment.
Oh, Ben have his hand up. Project manager Wrestler, would you like to say something? He's trying.
Hello, can you hear us?
Pay attention all this time. 10 o'clock, and we didn't see. While we're looking at the little color codes, I'll just coming in.
Right there.
There we go.
Hello.
I can't hear you.
You're on mute.
No, he's not.
No,
No, that's the setting. Whenever we talk, his computer doesn't want to talk until he changes the setting.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Steve.
You can't hear.
The one other thing I had asked about was the bike lane, but I didn't put in the email.
Yeah,
just
I
wanted to let
added
you know. Okay.
It's in whenever we have Teams and Zoom. He kind of.
That's frustrating.
Does that work?
Yeah, yay.
Sorry, everybody.
go ahead.
I just raised my hand to get bumped into the meeting.
Okay, I can just go back.
Oh, okay.
Fine.
All right. Let's
If
see
you
if
make
I
that
can
one
figure that
primary.
out.
You can.
Where do I go? You host, no. This, no.
Yeah, it should be you, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what to do.
Go to my review and then I can get.
Switch to
Oh,
share
yeah.
content. There's a little pin on the left hand.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
said-
it went
no,
away.
now it's gone.
Oh,
See
it's right there.
to the
Switch to
left,
shared
switch to
content.
shared, Yeah.
There we go.
All right.
So anyway, that is the westerly part of the project, and the road alignment slides quite a ways south. That is skateboard, there we go. So where the trees are, you have the color codes, you see the shading in the area here. This is where the road exists today in this section. So we are pulling it over to again, make this more aligned as an intersection. So there are some trees in there. That is the one area that they said we should remove. One tree that was not good. I did make a note. The neighborhood association itself has come forward recently to maybe remove some of their trees. Not us. We don't control that. They are all on their property. So Ben has pointed them towards the planning process for tree removals. Some of the other questions were again about the kind of existing barrenness of the edge of the roadway with the kind of gravelly dirt shoulder, and then there's no bioswale there now. There is a collection storm catch basin on the westerly edge of the project, but the green line is where the existing fence resides, where their pond is. They have done a good job, more so in the recent past of complying with the NPDES permit by our standard. So they're doing a better job. We do have street trees denoted on the plan. We do have landscaping throughout, but there is not space to have the full complement of required trees as you would in a new subdivision or a new road that has space. So we are space constrained. Like anybody else, if we can't fit to the maximum extent feasible in, we would pay a fee in lieu that would go into the tree program, which is what we have to do in some of that. But wherever we can plant, we are, but we just don't have space. And we don't have easement to plant on their property. And you can't usually plant trees in the bioswales, so. And then the last question was about bike lane. So the bike lane does not exist to the south coming from Big Rock. It is not on our bike lane plan. It is a low enough volume road to throw a Sharrow in, which is a shared arrow travel lane. You see those in Seattle and stuff. So that's an absolute no problemo kind of thing. We want to see how the road shapes up once it's built. You know, it exists today in such a bare nature. It's going to be hard to really understand how it's going to feel. So we don't have a lot of flexibility to slide either. If we want to slide the entire road alignment to, that would be the south, because there is ditch on the other side that exists that we don't want to impede and impose on. And we do expect to limit that south side to no parking. So we'll see how it all feels, but that's where that alignment is. A 7-foot park lane, 11-foot travel lane, sidewalk, off premise, off road, and then no bike lane, but the possibility of a Sharrow or something. Those are the questions that came up today.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I still feel a little like the little landing spots aren't really a land. They're just how to cross the ditch. They aren't really aligned with where a car would open up and get out. So when you get out, you have to like shimmy along the little 6-inch curve to get to the little area to cross over. I guess I'm just trying to figure out like how when
Yeah,
you
we
get out
tried-
on that side, like there's a ditch and a curve.
We tried to balance placing those as much as we could since it is so tight.
Yeah.
And that was kind of the compromise to put them in between, because we also have to maintain a certain length of bioswale. Every time you knock one of those 4-foot with 6-foot pipe in there, extensions in, that removes the bioswale. So there's no efficacy in the, the environmental positive side of that bioswale. So we decided to place them at every other stall, just to the best of our fitment.
So we don't have code that requires you to have a landing spot.
It's
on
it looks very similar to
Yeah.
what we did in, yes, it looks very similar to what we did in the Toll Brothers property. They have bioswale up by the park, in front of the park strip.
Thank you. Any other questions on this one? Councilmember Supple.
Yeah, I remember this one from our planning commission. There was some concern about flooding from the pond. How was that? I forgot how we addressed that.
Sure did. The strangeness of this project, we are not impacting or have any part of that process. That was poorly managed water quality on the park. So the mobile home park side, they have private road, private stormwater management. That pond was woefully under maintained and now it is maintained.
Yeah,
So we
they went
did-
in and cleaned it out.
Yeah, what we also did is if you do walk in that area again towards the north corner, well, no, that's the west side of where their fence is. You'll notice on the street side, there's a bird cage around a catch basin. So we've made it so there's an overflow capability. If their system backs up and it goes the way it's supposed to go, we direct water to a different exit. So there is a natural course where it's supposed to go to south through the Parkwood neighborhood, but if it gets inundated again, it will overflow and then go west. So good question.
All right. Is council ready to vote on this?
Yes, just to comment though, this may not be perfect. I think that is, a concern as far as, having to get out and, maybe shimmy along the curb for a while. But this is much, much better and overall safer than what it currently is. So it's a, significant improvement. I know we don't like bikes to go on sidewalks, but sometimes that actually may be the safest thing, especially for our kids. But all in all, this is going to be a better intersection, a safer intersection than what it is today.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I move to approve Agenda Bill 22-93, awarding a contract to Fury Site Works Incorporated for the 142nd Place Sidewalk Improvement Project Phase 1.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve Agenda Bill 22-93. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no.
No.
Motion passes with Councilmember Neplin voting in the negative. So we'll move on to Agenda Bill 22-94, PSE easement for installation of equipment.
Good evening again, Steve Linchesky, Public Works. So in the packet was an easement that has been requested of us from Puget Sound Energy. So if you're unfamiliar with the wastewater treatment plant's property on our southerly boundary is a power corridor, which is above ground. And just at its connection to Main Street, there are 2 above ground transformers. Those were installed. If you didn't or weren't aware, all the power above ground on Main Street was aerial. Transformers included on poles. Those are the big gray barrels with the little garbage cans full of oil. So those are now all above ground on the premise. And that was through the Main Street construction project. They need to make system upgrades for their facility, which feeds town. They have asked for an easement. They have an aerial easement. They have asked for an on-ground easement on the property in the packet. And Dana, if you're still awake, maybe throw that thing back up and scroll towards the bottom.
Yep. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, some of the concerns about the easement area are relative to screening and co-location opportunities we may or may not lose, adjacent landscaping and screening. And there you go. Scroll back up just a hair, thank you. So above ground facilities, again, they have poles, power lines. It is a power corridor. It is an important corridor. So yes, everything is underground along Main Street, which is not heavy transmission. Let's see. We really can't use the space for anything structural, even though it's our land and we have an aerial easement, we can't place structure under it. So everything's temporary, pipes, there's materials stored there, but nothing above ground. Maybe parking was thought about, which again, we talked about as staff, but we can't manipulate the earth. It slopes up pretty good and there's currently already existing utilities under it. So stormwater drains from 145th Main Street down that corridor under the power network. And then you have the 2 facilities which have some underground conduit goes to the nearest pole. Let's see. Screening was a concern. Larissa is trying to work with them through and acknowledging the permit that they would use the artillery utility, which is the art utility PSC owns and operates, to do some of the badging on the boxes. She tried to get it not only on the new but the existing. And the road, you know, the property is below grade. Landscape addition is going to be extremely difficult. There are so many conduits under that ground. I didn't get a chance, since this came up late today, to pull a screen grab of our joint utility trench from Main Street, but there's, I don't know, 20 underground conduits coming in and out of that area. So it is packed underground right now. They have their own clearance requirements for stuff around them too. Whether people comply with those or not is another story, but those are the things. We thought we could install some slabbing. Again, planning is gonna be very difficult from what I understand. Existing trees, we have some giant arborvitae over there on that sideline. So we were able to grab a quick timeline today. So that is, I think, 07. Scroll up a hair, please, Dina. I'm sorry, down. Yeah, October 07. We joked, I don't know what was in that box, but it made it into Google. If you can scroll again, the next slide. A little tidier and greener, but again, the fuel station is there. They even complained about that one. It went in, and then scroll down. That was 08. I think we planted those after the treatment plant, so sometime in 07, 08, 09, can't remember. They're growing there. The green arborvitae on the left. You can see the power pole is still right in the foreground here, which does not exist today. So scroll up one more. I'm sorry, down. I keep saying the wrong thing. No, you were fine. Go in the chronological order. Yep. That was after Main Street and during construction of the Sherlock storage facility. You can actually see it's metal studs still. And those are the above ground boxes. The new box is proposed to be just west of the power pole. So it's downgrade about 5 feet vertically. It's back here. And I think Councilmember Duvall was interested in some screening. Like I said, we can certainly do some slatting of the plastic slats you can put in, work with them on any other screening they might be able to provide through the permit, because they're gonna have to get a building permit or some sort of electrical permit. And then I think there might be one more image. And there is and maybe even just one more. I think I found there is a 5-foot property space to the side that does have some landscaping in it, believe it or not. I'm not sure how anything is growing further west because it's shaded by all those evergreen. So those were those questions that came up. Staff, I mean, as far as our recommendation on the easement itself, I mean, all we can say is that the system improvement they've requested, all we can do is bring it forward and, you know, make sure, you know, we've discussed things with them that we can and can't control. They proposed their fair market value, and I know Larissa's worked with Daniel on this. to the best of our abilities, but all leases, property sales and whatnot come to council. So we are just a mechanism for movement on this. So there you go.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem McKenzie.
Just sorry if you already said this. So the trees and stuff that we see there, those would stay. It's just adding another box by the power pole.
To Councilmember Nathan's point, like it says that they can remove trees. Whether we like it or not, they can remove trees because it's under their power corridor anyway. And you can see them growing vertically into the corridor. So they will become fairly misshapen, I'm gonna guess fairly soon. The bigger they get, they will be, it's gonna be a wonderful rectangle cut into it. Kind of the opposite approach as you go down Woodville Duvall Road, right? They go shave it up and they grow over. This is gonna be a little different. I think they probably can make it around, because again, the poles, and if you scroll back to the diagram just above that image there, like it's tucked in behind the poles, so no further south than the two existing boxes, which should leave one of those trees above ground alone. Again, and maybe trimming some limbs or whatnot, but yeah, those are just planted by the city years ago before. I think it was a director prior who planted all kinds of random stuff all over the place.
And just to follow up on the other things you mentioned, I mean, I love the art wraps that go on the utility boxes. I mean, places like Issaquah, it seems like every single utility box they have is covered, and that the local people have some say in what they look like. So if we were gonna do that, I would hate to see the slats go in the fence because then you can't see them and what's the point, but and for safety too. I don't know, walking by a solid fence that you can't see on the other side of, but anyways.
Everybody loves to see the plant.
All right. Any other questions, Councilmember Naplan?
Is the art wrap written into the contract, or are you just saying that might be a side? Is it
No,
something
but
we could-
it could, Larissa is well capable of forcing it into their permit, whether it's legally binding or not is another story. I don't know how much they are even, but they run the program. I think they are going to be amenable because she's told them we'll require it.
Are we allowed to add it to the easement allowance?
PSC is very direct on what they do and don't put into those deals. So
I guess I'm
you can
just
say
worried.
no.
I mean, when you look at where that, also where the trenching is, it looks like it's right in where the tree is. So I don't know, I worry about that tree being gone, because I think I mentioned this before. I remember when that building went in and, you know, the whole side isn't the same. It transitions to a very warehouse looking thing, and the trees kind of shield that. And it would be pretty unattractive if those trees were removed. And I know you're telling me, well, they might just shave them, but the easement agreement says they can remove them. And so we would have no guarantees that they would not be removed. They have full right to remove them, whether or not they get a permit or not. I mean, really, that's what it says.
yeah,
So it just worries me that they will cut those trees out because they can.
they have the full right to trim them now, whether misshapen or at the ground. So, because they were not supposed to be planted as they are. But yeah, you can say no, and we can go back and tell them no. I mean, like I said, I'm not gonna lose sleep over it because it is a system improvement, though. I know we need it as a community, but
Yeah.
and the conduit sweeps that they've drawn, maybe it'll be moved too. Right? I know they need to come in at a nice 90-degree, but they might be able to move things. I'm not sure that is not an advanced design, that's a preliminary design, but I'm not an electrical engineer.
Director Thomas.
We've been really successful in the art wraps.
Mhm.
We're putting them in all of our parks. We'll probably do the one on the north side. Maybe TSC will put that in there. And I know that when the permit comes in,
That's what she's
we'll
planning on.
condition it. And we'll obviously support that. And if they want to have a discussion, we can refer them to this meeting.
One as the mayor knows too, there are not a lot of options on the artility. I think there was like 8.
Yeah.
But they have options, native art, local art, however they're looking. Yeah, there you go. It's not in our work plan, they came to us. So.
Would council like to take action on this tonight or defer?
I'd like to take action.
All right.
I would like some clarifications on on the potential for artwork, we can work that into the easement.
I mean, your attorney's on there. We can do whatever we want to the best of our abilities to see what they
Yeah.
agree to in a permit. We would be more than happy to require it if they argue us. Great, they've been alerted, that's what we expect. But again, there's no promises. I don't have anything certain.
And they have provided artillery, like the one at City Hall, they came to us for that project
Mhm.
and asked to do it. So this is something that PSC is doing all over the place. I'm not concerned. And even if they didn't, I don't think it would be a huge expense if we wanted to do that.
I mean, they're paying you for the easement.
Mhm.
Funds could just as soon go back to it if they are not being cooperative with us, but they understand. We've made them concerned, aware.
Would someone like to make a motion?
You got it or no?
Um,
I'll go for it. I moved, you go for it.
I move to approve Senate Bill 22-94, authorizing the execution of a lease agreement with People Sound Energy for the new PSE system facilities upgrade. Second.
All right, any further discussion?
So. Yes, sorry. So do we need to amend this to work in this art wrap thing or?
It's,
not?
Larissa can, I don't,
Yeah, I mean, your attorney's on here. If somebody want to make a motion to amend and go with a counter offer, that would be within your wherewithal, and then I have to bring it back to them and they can say yes or no, and then come back to the following meeting. At least I don't care either way. I can't guarantee they're gonna do it because we don't have anything in writing, but again, I've been made aware that we want it, so. That's what I know.
Well, if it's written, they should, down as part of the easement, they should be aware, right?
Well, it's not on the easement. It would be on the permit.
On the permit, okay.
But again, I'm not sure how far we can push.
Yeah.
But we have screening requirements, right? So that is part of code. So I know Larissa said we'll just cite the screening code and make them badge it up.
So I make a motion to
And then
add.
we already have it, don't we? We already have a motion in a second.
Oh, okay.
Or is he amending?
This would be.
Unless you're amending. We already have a motion in a second, so we're in discussion. So unless there's an amendment or further discussion, we'll vote.
Okay, can we add an amendment?
You may.
You propose an amendment.
I propose the amendment for requesting a art wrap.
So through a counter offer to the lease, or just directing staff to require it to the best of their ability for the code when they come up with permit or something like that.
I think the latter,
Okay.
requesting staff. Have that.
We can report back when they bring that in.
All right, is there a second for the amendment? Not hearing a sec, I'm sorry,
Second.
okay. Any discussion on the amendment?
I mean, we're talking about staff time, and this to me doesn't raise to something I'd like the back and forth or the additional time it would take to come back and vote on against council. To me, this doesn't rise to, I have confidence in Larissa and the planning department to make this happen. If the council wants to move this direction, it's fine. I'm conscious of, this seems like to some extent trivial work and there's options, but again, that's my 2 cents.
Great, thank you. Any other discussion on the amendment?
I concur with Ron. I mean, we did spend some time at the retreat talking about managing staff time.
Mhm. All right, any further discussion on the amendment?
Maybe I should ask another question. I thought that's what we were just requesting a simple change or addition, not really any additional staff time. Did I misunderstand?
I think the request is gonna be part of the permit process, which isn't anything over and above another sentence, so I think it's, I don't think it's.
That's what I thought.
As long as it's not,
That was my intent,
Yeah.
not to create additional staff.
Yeah, I think your movement of, having staff propose screening requirements for the code on the transformers themselves when they come in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for thinking.
City administrator just whispered in my ear that it will require coming back to council. So, Mayor Pro Tem McHenry?
Oh, yeah, I was just gonna ask for clarification on if your amendment proposal was to put it in the contract, which it kind of sounds, but I don't know, is that, but either way, are you saying it would have to come back? Or it seemed like he was just clarifying in the motion that you want to make sure that staff really does advocate and get that done without it being in the contract,
That was my.
or, okay,
Yes, no, that was. my-
but I didn't know, maybe it still needs to come back.
If we rewrite the ordinance to include additional sentences about asking staff to do it, we will have to rewrite the ordinance and bring it back for another vote. As opposed to, I will certainly, if we pass the ordinance as written tonight, we can still direct staff to do as requested.
Okay, well, let's just do that.
All right, so is that a withdrawal of the amendment?
Yes, I withdraw the amendment.
And does the seconder concur?
Yeah, that's fine. So then would we just make a motion to
So it's-
request staff?
Staff has
to do
already,
that?
staff has already made very clear that
Okay.
they're already doing
That's
that.
fine.
So,
That's fine.
all right, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving Agenda Bill 22-94, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes, and since we have no further business unless there are objections, we are adjourned.
Good to know.
Okay, I was sitting more appropriately.
I forgot my jacket. But I couldn't ship it for. 4 o'clock is coming.
I just realized I didn't get up in between meetings. Oh my God, I took it out, but I'm like, maybe. Mine too. I go over there, I'm gonna fall over, thank you.
It's not.
A new project. On the back of my